The Tyranny of Communication. Ignacio Ramonet. He has been a Spanish journalist, professor of communication theory established in France. He is one of the main figures of the alternative world movement. The Tyranny of Communication. Europe, weakened by falling advertising revenues, remains the target of the greed of these new masters of the world. This modern communications racket and the return of monopolies logically worry citizens, who remember the alert calls launched by George Orwell and Aldous Huxley against the false progress of a world managed by a thought police. And they fear the possibility of subtle conditioning of minds on a planetary scale. In the great industrial scheme conceived by the bosses of entertainment companies, it can be seen that information is considered first of all as merchandise, and that this character largely predominates with respect to the fundamental mission of the media, to clarify and enrich the debate democratic. In this regard, two recent examples have shown how over-information does not always mean good information: the Diana affair and the Clinton-Lewinsky affair. The death in a car accident at the end of August 1997 in Paris of Lady Diana and her boyfriend Dodi Al-Fayed gave rise to the most phenomenal information storm in recent media history. Written press, daily and periodic, radio and television gave this event more space than that dedicated to any other issue that affected an individual in the entire history of the mass media. Thousands of magazine covers, hundreds of hours of televised reports on the circumstances of the accident, speculation about its accidental or criminal character, relations with the English royal family, with her ex-husband, with her children, her activities in favor of the disadvantaged, his sentimental life, etc., were consecrated to the death of Lady Di. From Nigeria to Sri Lanka, from Japan to New Zealand, his funeral was broadcast live on hundreds of television networks around the world. In Venezuela and Brazil, thousands of people stayed up all night, due to jet lag, to follow the scenes of Diana's funeral services live and in real time on the small screen. This media storm has been compared to the one the world experienced due to tragedies that affected various personalities. It is a mistake. Neither the assassination of John Kennedy, nor the attack against John Paul II had a comparable media coverage, to say nothing more than two mega events, in addition to being heads of state and church, political or spiritual leaders, at the head of countries or communities made up of hundreds of millions of people who, due to their function, President of the United States and Pope of the Catholic Church, are regular characters in the media and almost naturally occupants of the newscasts of the world. Dan Rather, Peter Jennings and Tom Brokaw had to return from Cuba, where they were covering the Pope's visit and his meeting with Fidel Castro. For once, the small-screen journalists were several bodies behind their colleagues in the written press, especially the Washington Post and Newsweek, which had been preparing the report on Clinton's sentimental adventures for several months. In fact, the written press has been seeking its revenge since the times of the Gulf War, which meant the triumph, the apogee, and the zenith of televised information based on the power of the image. And he obtained it through the incursion into new informative territories, the private lives of public figures and scandals linked to corruption and business, what could be called revelation journalism, and not investigative journalism. Why? Because in the revelation of affairs of this type what is decisive is the production of documents, and these are almost always written texts, compromising papers, whose image value is, so to speak, nil, and from which television can get very little. Match. In a field like this, the written press takes up the initiative. For this reason, for a decade in most countries, reports and revelations have multiplied, especially regarding corruption. In almost all cases it is the written press that has taken them out, and practically never television. In the Clinton-Lewinsky affair, in the absence of images, the protagonists entrenched themselves in their territories, the networks and CNN resigned themselves to organizing sets in which journalists from the written press appeared. Michael Isikoff, author of the Newsweek article and the only American journalist at the time to have heard one of the famous recordings of Monica Lewinsky's confidential telephone calls, carried out a kind of back and forth between CBS, NBC, and ABC in those days. Only the public television network PBS offered a really interesting first image, the Clash interview between Clinton and Jim Lehrer, her star presenter. All the other networks immediately interrupted their programs to broadcast excerpts from the interview in which the U.S. president categorically denied having had a guilty relationship with the young White House intern. Still, the next day's press headlined, "Sex, Lies, and Tape Recorders." Indeed, television has given the impression of being out of the game in this whole matter. The revelations were known through leaks and anonymous informants, they were not allowed to be filmed. Despite everything, television did not stop trying to get into the event, while disdaining the rest of the international news. For example, during the press conference that followed the meeting between Clinton and Yasser Arafat, he did not withhold or divulge more than the questions posed to the U.S. president regarding his relations with Monica Lewinsky. The image of Arafat witnessing, impassively, Clinton's crossing over the fire of his interviewers, constitutes one of the most delirious proofs of the current drift of the media. Overwhelmed by rumors and lacking in images, television networks have been forced to face a simple dilemma: how to talk about presidential sexuality without making TV trash. The presidential sex, the television journalists only spoke to refer to this one. On ABC, Barbara Walters, the high priestess of the heart interviews, unblinkingly referred to the presidential semen that Monica Lewinsky she would have kept on one of her dresses, explaining, with a serious air, that future DNA analyses could betray Clinton. North American television did not contribute any new element to the investigation. The cameras always ran behind the press reporters. They ended up finding their salvation in the CNN archives, Clinton's famous snuggling of Monica Lewinsky during a party on the White House lawn, broadcast repeatedly and dissected by body language experts, Monica's loving gaze, the knowing pat on her shoulder. These images came to confirm a posteriori that the television networks had not been able to show a single significant image since the beginning of the matter. From that moment on, the rivalry between the written press and television reached a paroxysm. And the media ravings were multiplying. The newspapers began to publish everything that occurred to them. The Dallas Morning News went so far as to announce that it had proved that Clinton had been caught with Monica Lewinsky in an embarrassing situation, and CNN did not hesitate to immediately play this false information on the small screen. Anyway, on Fox, an expert on trash TV, commentators gluttonously wondered, is Clinton a fan of phone sex? The disproportion between the alleged event and the din of the media reached such an extreme that it led to the suspicion that Clinton had assembled all the pieces of the crisis against Baghdad to divert the evil power of the media to Iraq and Saddam Hussein. In spite of everything, after 5 days of delusions and media hysteria, Clinton obtained 57% of favorable opinions among North Americans. The same Americans who were nevertheless convinced that he had had sexual relations with Monica Lewinsky. We thus see that, in the era of virtual information, only a real war can save information harassment. An era in which two parameters exert a decisive influence on information: media mimicry and hyper-emotion. Mimicry is the fever that suddenly takes hold of the media, with all the supports confused in it, and that drives them, with the utmost urgency, to rush to cover an event, of any nature, under the pretext that others, in particular the reference media, attach great importance to such an event. This delirious imitation causes a snowball effect. It works as a kind of intoxication. The more the media talk about a topic, the more they are collectively convinced that this topic is essential, central, capital, and that it must be covered even better, devoting more time, more media, more journalists to it. The average ones. They self-stimulate in this way, they overexcite each other, multiply the emulation and let themselves be dragged in a kind of vertiginous spiral, enervating, from information overload to nausea. Hyper-emotion has always existed in the media, but it was reduced to the specialized field of certain media, to a certain popular press that easily played with the sensational, the spectacular, the emotional shock. By definition, the reference media opted for rigor and conceptual coldness, moving away as much as possible from pathos to stick strictly to the facts, to the data, to the evidence. All this has been changing little by little, under the influence of the dominant information medium that is television. The television news, in its fascination with the spectacle of the event, has deconceptualized information and has progressively submerged it in the swamp of the pathetic. It has insidiously established a kind of new informational equation that could be formulated as follows: if the emotion you feel watching the news is true, the information is true. This blackmail by emotion has joined the other idea spread by televised information: it is enough to see to understand. And all this has come to prove the idea that information, no matter what information it is, the situation in the Middle East, the crisis in Southeast Asia, the financial and monetary problems linked to the introduction of the euro, social upheavals, ecological reports, etc., is always simplifiable, reducible, convertible into a mass spectacle, divisible into a certain number of segments emotions. Based on the very fashionable idea that there would be an emotional intelligence, this conception of information increasingly rejects analysis, boredom factor, and favors the production of sensations. All of this suddenly converged and took shape on a planetary scale in the Diana affair. At that time, all references were lost, all borders were transgressed, all journalistic sections and styles were turned upside down. Diana became a total media phenomenon, an event at the same time political, diplomatic, sociological, cultural, human, that affected all social classes in all countries of the world. This is radically new. And each medium, written, spoken, or televised, from its own position, felt obliged to deal with this issue for the benefit of its public. The main consequence of this media mimicry and this treatment through hyper-emotion is that, without incurring a primary paranoia, everything is prepared for the appearance of a media messiah. As he came to unquestionably announce the Diana affair. The device is ready, not only from a technological point of view, but above all psychological. Journalists, the media, and, to a certain extent, citizens, are waiting for a personality to carry a discourse of planetary scope, based on emotion and compassion. A mixture of Diana and Mother Teresa, of Juan Pablo II and Gandhi, of Clinton and Ronaldo, who would speak of the suffering of the excluded, 4,000 million people, just like Paulo Coelho of the ascesis of the spirit. Someone who would transform politics into televangelism, who would dream of changing the world without ever moving in that direction, who would raise the angelic wager of evolution without revolution. On the other hand, the written press is in crisis. In Spain, in France, and in other countries it is experiencing a considerable decrease in diffusion and a serious loss of identity. For what reasons and how has this situation been reached? Regardless of the real influence of the economic context and the recession, the root causes of this crisis must be sought in the mutation that some basic concepts of journalism have experienced in recent years. First of all, the very idea of information. Until recently, to inform was, in a way, to provide not only the precise, and verified, description of a fact, an event, but also to provide a set of contextual parameters that would allow the reader to understand its deep meaning. It was to answer basic questions: who has done what? With what means? Where? Why? What are the consequences? All this has completely changed under the influence of television, which today occupies a dominant place in the media hierarchy and is expanding its model. The television news, thanks especially to its direct and real-time ideology, has been imposing, little by little, a radically different concept of information. Informing is now teaching history on the fly, or, in other words, making people attend, if possible live, the event. This is a Copernican revolution, the consequences of which have not yet been fully calibrated, and it assumes that the image of the event, or its description, is sufficient to give it all its meaning. Taking this approach to its ultimate consequences, in this face-to-face viewer story, even the journalist himself is left over. The priority objective for the viewer is their satisfaction, not so much understanding the importance of an event as seeing it with their own eyes. When this occurs, the desire has been fully achieved. And so, little by little, the deceptive illusion is established that seeing is understanding and that any event, no matter how abstract, must necessarily have a visible, showable, televisable part. This is the reason why we are witnessing an increasingly frequent reductive emblemization of complex events. For example, the entire fabric of the Israel-PLO agreements boils down to the handshake between Rabin and Arafat. On the other hand, such a conception of information leads to a painful fascination with live images of real events, even violent and bloody ones. There is another concept that has also changed, that of the present. What is the present today? What events should be highlighted in the sea of events that occur around the world? Based on what criteria should the choice be made? Here, too, the influence of television is decisive, since it is television, with the impact of its images, that imposes the election and forces the presse nolens volens to follow it. Television constructs the present, provokes emotional shock and practically condemns to silence and indifference to the facts that lack images. Little by little, the idea is spreading that the importance of events is proportional to their richness of images. Or, to put it another way, that an event that can be taught, if possible, live, and in real time, is stronger, more interesting, more important, than the one that remains invisible and whose importance is therefore abstract. In the new media order, words or texts are not worth what images are. Information time has also changed. The optimization of the media is now instantaneous, real-time, direct, which only television and radio can offer. This makes the daily press age, necessarily behind the events and too close, at the same time, to the facts to be able to draw, with sufficient distance, all the lessons of what has just taken place. The written press accepts the imposition of having to address not citizens but television viewers. There is still a fourth concept that has been modified, that of the veracity of the information. Today a fact is true not because it corresponds to objective, rigorous and verified criteria in the sources, but simply because other media repeat the same affirmations and confirm them. If television, based on news or a agency image, issues information and if the written press and the radio pick it up, enough has already been given to credit it as true. In this way, as we can remember, the lies of the Timisoara graves were constructed, and all those of the Gulf War. The media do not know how to distinguish, structurally, what is true from what is false. In this media mess, nothing is more vain than trying to analyze the written press isolated from the other media. The media, and journalists, are repeated, imitated, copied, answered and mixed, to the point of not constituting more than a single information system, within which it is increasingly difficult to distinguish the specifications of this or that which means taken separately. In short, information and communication tend to be confused. Journalists continue to believe that they are the only ones who produce information, when the whole of society has been frantically doing the same. There is practically no institution, administrative, military, economic, cultural, social, etc., that has not been equipped with a communication service that issues, about itself and its activities, a full and laudatory discourse. In this regard, in cathodic democracies, the entire social system has become cunning and intelligent, capable of wisely manipulating the media and resisting its curiosity. To all these transformations must be added a fundamental misunderstanding. Many citizens consider that, comfortably installed on the sofa in their living room, watching on the small screen a sensational cascade of events based on strong, violent, and spectacular images, they can inform themselves with seriousness. Capital error. For three reasons: the first, because television journalism, structured as a fiction, is not made to inform but to distract; secondly, because the rapid succession of brief and fragmented news items, about 20 for each newscast, produces a double negative effect of over-information and misinformation; and finally, because wanting to be informed without effort is an illusion more in keeping with the advertising myth than with civic mobilization. Getting information costs, and it is at that price that the citizen acquires the right to participate intelligently in democratic life. Numerous newspaper headlines continue to adopt, despite everything, through televisual mimicry, through cathodic inbreeding, the characteristics of the audiovisual medium, the mock-up of the first page conceived as a screen, the reduction in the size of the articles, personalization, excessive use by journalists, the priority given to sensationalism, the systematic practice of oblivion, of amnesia, in relation to information that has become outdated, etc. They compete with the audiovisual in terms of marketing and despise the struggle of ideas. Fascinated by the form, they forget the substance. They have simplified their speech at a time when the world, convulsed by the end of the Cold War, has become considerably more complex. Such a gap between the simplism of the press and the new complication of the new scenarios of international politics disconcerts many citizens, who do not find in the pages of your publication a different, broader, more demanding analysis than the one proposed by the television news. The simplification becomes all the more paradoxical when the educational level continues to rise and the number of superior students increases. Accepting to be nothing more than an echo of televised images, many newspapers die, lose their own specificity and, as a consequence, their readers. Getting information continues to be a productive activity, impossible to carry out without effort, and that requires true intellectual mobilization. An activity so noble in democracy that citizens decide to dedicate part of their time and attention to it. This is how we understand it at Le Monde Diplomatique. If our texts are, in general, longer than those of other newspapers and magazines, it is because it is essential to mention the fundamental points of a problem, its historical background, its social and cultural fabric, and its economic importance, in order to better appreciate all its complexity. More and more readers are interested in this demanding conception of information and are sensitive to a sober, austere, and rigorous way of looking at the world. The footnotes, which enrich the articles and eventually allow them to complete and prolong the reading, do not disturb them at all. On the contrary, many see in this a trait of intellectual honesty and a means to enrich their documentation on the issues. In this way, a demanding reflection on this changing world can be built, where the references to the present are blurred while the perspectives of the future are obscured. A world more difficult to understand that demands humility, methodical doubt, and work from the journalist. And that asks the reader, as is logical, more effort, more attention. At this price, and only at this price, the written press will be able to leave the comfortable zones of the dominant simplism and go out to meet all the readers who want to understand in order to be able to act better as citizens in our lethargic democracies. It will take long years, writes Václav Havel, before values based on moral truth and authenticity prevail and overwhelm political cynicism, but, in the end, they always end up winning. This must also be the patient commitment of true journalism. Press, powers, and democracy. The relationship between the press and power has been the subject of debate for a century, but today it undoubtedly takes on a new dimension. To address the problem, we must begin by raising the issue of the functioning of the media and, more specifically, of information. The different media, written press, radio, and television, can no longer be separated, as was traditionally done in journalism schools or in information or communication sciences departments. Increasingly, the media are intertwined with each other. They work in loops so that they repeat and imitate each other, which makes it pointless to separate them and want to study only one in relation to the others. As far as power is concerned, he himself is going through a crisis, in the broadest sense of the term. It even constitutes one of the characteristics of this end of the century. There is crisis and, finally, dissolution or even dispersion of power, which makes it difficult for us to determine where it really is. It has been repeated much, and for a long time, that the press, or information in a broader sense, was the fourth estate. This was said to oppose it to the three traditional powers defined by Montesquieu, and it was specified, the press is the power whose civic mission is to judge and calibrate the functioning of the other three. But the press, the media, the information, do they still constitute the fourth power? In practice, there is, more and more, a kind of confusion between the dominant media and power, in any case, political power, and this means that they do not fulfill the function of fourth power. On the other hand, one might wonder what the three powers really are. It can already be seen that they are not precisely those of the traditional classification: legislative, executive, judicial. The first of all powers is economic power. And the second certainly. It is media power. So that political power is relegated to a third position. If one wanted to classify the powers, as was done in the 20s and 30s, it would be seen that the media have ascended, have gained positions, and that today they are placed, as an instrument of influence, that can make things change, above a good number of formal powers. This fact makes it necessary to reflect on the information. How does it work? What structures does it respond to? And these operating structures, these figures of expression, this rhetoric, have they always been like this? The French magazine Télérama recently published a survey that shows that, for a long time, there has been a distrust, a critical distance that citizens feel, more and more, with respect to some media. And in particular, for some years now, especially since the Gulf War, with respect to the written press and television, because of the way they work with respect to certain types of events. The radio maintains, until now, a certain margin of confidence, in spite of everything. A great deal of educational work has been done on the written press, particularly in schools, and if one takes the trouble to study it, one often discovers a handful of horrors. With respect to television, and despite what is said, it has also been learned, more and more, to analyze the images, and they end up being critically revealed. And besides, there are video recorders that record. While the radio is the only medium that does not leave traces. This does not mean that tape recorders do not exist, but who records the spoken newspapers of the different chains and stations? The general impression is that the work of the radio is globally more professional. But when you look closely, you find just as much cause for suspicion as the other two. This mistrust of the media is relatively new. The aforementioned Télérama survey has been carried out for 20 years, and if its evolution is analyzed, it can be seen that practically from its creation until the end of the 80s, there was no global mistrust of the media. To the question if the written press, radio, and television say different things about the same event, which of the media do you believe more, the most numerous answers were regularly for television. On the other hand, it was not so long ago that the written press was endowed with an ability to reveal the dysfunctions of politics, which was sometimes quite spectacular. The Watergate affair demonstrates very well how two minor journalists, Woodward and Bernstein, from an admittedly serious but by no means dominant newspaper in their country, the Washington Post, were able to bring down the most powerful man on earth, the President of the United States. That is why the capacity of the press to be radical in its will to tell the truth or to tell extremely hard facts for the governments subsisted. Most of the newspapers, all over the world and particularly in the big developed and democratic countries, tried to imitate that tone, that journalistic style, highlighted during the Watergate affair. For a long time, the idea was accepted that journalists, armed with the truth, could oppose their leaders, and the spirit of Capra's films of the 30s, or the spirit of the Fourth Estate, was recovered. How many movies have been made with a journalist as the main character? It should even be remembered that Superman is a journalist, and Tintin too. Why has all this collapsed? Why did, in the mid-70s, go from a kind of glorification of the journalist, turned into the hero of modern society, to the current situation in which the journalist takes the palm of infamy? What phases have you gone through? I believe that considerations of different orders have intervened. There are aspects of a technological order, of a political order, of an economic order, and of a rhetorical order. The turning point of this phenomenon, of this change in the philosophy of information, is located in that year of all events, that is 1989. At least it is perceived then. although it is possible that it began before, that announcing elements had already been given. On the other hand, this new conception of information means that today there is an increasingly important and at the same time increasingly misleading concept, that of truth. Where is the truth? It will be possible to say, I saw what happened in Romania, I saw those battles, those combats, etc. How is it possible? Well, because this conception of information poses a path that leads to an equivocal effect. At the moment when I attend a scene that arouses my emotion, where is the truth? In the objective circumstances that surround the scene as an event and as a material fact, or in the feeling that I experience? What is the true? The circumstances that make that event occur, or the tears that fall from my eyes and that are really material and concrete? And, furthermore, since my tears are true, I believe that what I have seen is true. And it is clear that this is a confusion that emotion can often create and against which it is very difficult to protect oneself. This universe that has created such a level of confusion grants television the role of pilot in informative matters. It forces the other media to follow it or take a distance, but, in any case, to situate itself with respect to television. Already towards the end of the 1980s, television, which was the dominant media in terms of entertainment and leisure, also became the first in terms of information. Most people get their information, essentially, through television. Television took, then, the direction of the media and exercises its hegemony, with all the confusion that it provokes regarding the concept of current affairs. What is the news today? It is what television says is current. And here appears another confusion regarding the truth. How could truth be defined? Today the truth is defined at the moment when the press, radio, and television say the same thing about an event. And yet, the press, radio and television can say the same thing without it being true. It was the case of Romania. What means do I have to find out that the truth is being distorted? I can't compare one media with another. And if everyone says the same thing, I am not in a position to arrive, by myself, to discover what is happening. This supremacy of television is based not only on live television and in real time, but also on the fact that it imposes the information it has, essentially its visible aspect, as great information. When a great event does not offer a capital of images, a kind of confusion is created that is difficult to unravel. I am thinking of the genocide in Rwanda in 1994, when the Hutus exterminated a large part of the Tutsis. We hear about this genocide. Very little, actually, because the Cannes festival was taking place. But later it was discovered that it was a genocide. And the numbers began to roll in. And then the TV started showing pictures. Therefore, in principle, one hears of a mega event. A genocide, there are only 3 or 4 in a century. It is, at least, a considerable event. And later the pictures are shown. Images of people who suffer, of families, of people, of children, of old people, who walk, who are victims of epidemics, you see them die, how they are buried. Everything massively. And, as a consequence, a feeling of pity is generated. An operation is mounted by France called Turquoise Operation, which is done theoretically to protect populations. Genocide, victims, protection. It seems that all this is chained. However, the problem is that the genocide took place, but, in reality, we did not have images of the genocide itself. Which, on the other hand, shows that great events do not necessarily produce images. Of the Rwandan genocide there are practically none. It is a great event that took place in the absence of cameras. There are some images that have been found, filmed from far away, or of individuals hacking with machetes. But apart from that, between 500,000 and 1 million people could be exterminated in the absence of cameras. The only images are of people suffering and marching, in a kind of biblical, apocalyptic exodus, who are victims of a version of the 7 plagues of Egypt. And, obviously, there is a tendency to think that they are the victims of genocide. But, as is known, they were, on the contrary, the authors of the genocide. This type of information cannot say one thing and its opposite cannot say, there have been victims, here are the executioners. The executioners are victims. There is no way to understand it. Because, in addition, there are French troops that in principle for their fellow citizens are friends. And it turns out that they defend the authors of the genocide. This cannot be said. As a consequence, what is seen is extremely confusing. Facing an event as important as that, the information is far from being clear. It is vitiated by the idea that if an event occurs it must be shown. And it is even made believe that today an event cannot exist without it being recorded and being able to be followed, live, and in real time. That is the whole ideology of CNN, the new ideology of information in continuous and indirect time, that radio and television have adopted. This idea that the world has cameras everywhere and that anything that happens should be recorded. And if it is not recorded, it is not important. Which makes a UNICEF report, a report from the International Labour Organization or a report from Amnesty International much less important than any event that has a capital of images. This drift of information has had consequences in other fields and, in particular, in that of the written press, which today tries to react. But we must be aware that, even when there is the best will and a sharpened critical sense, we are facing the media that dominates the media. Televised information works according to a certain number of principles, which cannot be observed if this evolution has not been followed, and this evolution is not perceptible, it is not made to be perceived. Principles that create confusion even among the most sincere Democrats, and that create an indisputable difficulty in articulating the equation, information equals freedom equals democracy. All this raises the question of objectivity and the criteria that determine the veracity of the facts. The search for objectivity is the very basis of the journalist's profession, and it should not be inferred that criticizing the equation seeing is understanding would inevitably lead to the elaboration of a propaganda discourse or an opinion discourse. The opposite of this spectacle information is not necessarily propaganda information or purely ideological information. The tradition, and the very history of journalism, as it has developed, what is called American journalism, that is, with the tradition of distinguishing the facts from the comments, it is the basis that allows the reader to be able to differentiate well the facts established in principle from the opinions. In principle, a propaganda speech is a speech that tries to either build facts or hide them. What you have to understand well is that you are in another information sphere. Take, for example, an issue as elementary as that of censorship. It could be said that a propaganda speech is a type of censorship speech. Or the censorship speech is a speech that consists, essentially, in suppressing, amputating, prohibiting a certain number of aspects of these, or the set of facts, hiding them. To reason in this way is to believe that, in information, we are in a universe where the elements are constant. But today censorship does not work through this principle, except in dictatorships. But it is already known that these regimes, at least in the current period, are on the way to extinction. In the systems in which we find ourselves, which are apparently democratic, there are few examples of censorship functioning in which, in a blatant way, they dedicate themselves to hiding, cutting, suppressing, prohibiting the facts. Journalists are not prohibited from saying what they want. Newspapers are not banned in European democratic countries. Censorship doesn't work like that. If we stick to this data, it could be said that we live happily, and for the first time in a long time, in a political society in which censorship would have disappeared. But we all know that censorship works. On what criteria? With inverse criteria. This is, at least, my idea. In other words, censorship does not work today by suppressing, amputating, prohibiting, cutting. It works the opposite, it works too much, by accumulation, by suffocation. How do they hide the information today? For a great contribution of this, the information is hidden because there is too much to consume and, therefore, what is missing is not perceived. One of the big differences between the universe we live in and the one that immediately preceded it, just a few decades ago, is that information was for a long time, for centuries, an extremely scarce commodity. So scarce that it could precisely be said that whoever had the information had the power. Finally, power is the control of information, it is the control of the circulation of communication. Although this situation has remained constant for a long time, and can be considered to still exist today in a certain number of countries, it is however no longer dominant. What is the characteristic of information today? Which is superabundant. It is no longer scarce at all. Information is one of the most abundant elements on our planet. There is the air, the water of the oceans and the information. Nothing is more abundant. And does this mean that false information or censorship has disappeared? Obviously not. They have only changed in nature. Nobody controls them. Or they are not controlled in the same way. Take the Gulf War for example. Today we already know that it was a great manipulation, a fantastic censorship operation and, consequently, a propaganda discourse. This was not done through the authoritarian principle of prohibition, suppression, non-coverage. He did not say, there is going to be a war and we are not going to show it to you. On the contrary, he said to himself, you are going to see it live. And there were so many images that everyone thought they were seeing the war. And then he realized that he did not see it, that the images were decoys, or that they had been recorded before. And in fact, the war disappeared to the point that Baudrillard was able to write a book, La guerre du Golfe n'a pas eu lieu, the Gulf War did not happen. This superabundance of information even functions as a folding screen. It is a screen that hides, that is opaque and that perhaps makes the search for good information more difficult than ever. Because before, the very instance that created the prohibition made it known that there were hidden images, because they were prohibited. In a fascist country it is known that information does not circulate. A few years ago, with the military regime in Brazil, some newspapers published their pages with blanks instead of the articles that censorship had banned. They didn't publish them, but they published the imprint of the article. People knew that the items had been banned. This amputation made censorship visible. We are in a system in which the visibility of censorship has disappeared. Consequently, we need to think more to understand what mechanisms it works. But we can be sure that there is censorship. Having described this, I will add that I am not one of those who believe in the thesis of the permanent plot. I don't think there is, somewhere, some kind of shadowy orchestra that orchestrates the events that take place across the planet. I don't think things happen like that. As far as Romania is concerned, what I am trying to point out is precisely that, although there were political leaders who we now know played a role, the media event escaped the control of one and the other. It is a structural operation. What I am trying to describe is not to be understood in moral terms, in terms of right and wrong. It is not so simple. It is not a process due to bad faith. Dan Rather didn't say what he said because he was an evil American who wanted to fool the planet. He said that sincerely, believing that he was saying something very positive and believing that he was doing a service to the whole world by showing spectacular images. It translated a reality. The problem is that, with the best of intentions, a lot of damage can be done. And that today the very functioning of this dominant information lacks control. As is known, a train that has lost its direction is as dangerous as a train driven with the intention of causing harm. Both can produce catastrophes. Journalists have given much thought to these events. And they have done it because they were the first affected. But what has happened with all those reflections and all those talks? The Gulf War has broken out. And after the Gulf War, what was done? There were many discussions and much reflection, and many seminars and many books. And what happened? Somalia happened. And after Somalia there were meetings, etc. And then came Rwanda, Diana, Clinton's Monica Gate, etc. And so on. Mind. And who guarantees that the same thing will not happen tomorrow? I maintain that it will happen. There is no checking. Nobody pilots. Why? Because, precisely, this type of information works in a certain way that is globally pleasant. Being a journalist today, it is essentially based on the conviction that the best way to find out is to be a witness, that is, this system transforms any receiver into a witness. It is a system that integrates and absorbs the testimony itself in the event. Be a part of the event while attending it. He sees American soldiers landing in Somalia, he sees Kabila's troops enter Kinshasa. It is there. The receiver sees directly, therefore, participates in the event. It self-reports. If he is wrong, he is responsible. The system blames the receiver, who can no longer speak of lies, because he has informed himself. In this way, the new system accredits the equation seeing is understanding. But modern rationality, with the Enlightenment, is made against that equation. Seeing is not understanding. It can only be understood with reason. It is not understood with the eyes or with the senses. With the senses one is wrong. It is reason, the brain, it is reasoning, it is intelligence, which allows us to understand. The current system inevitably leads either to irrationality or to error. Another aspect that is being transformed is the very principle of today, an important concept in terms of information, but which today is essentially marked by the dominant medium. If it affirms that something is current, the whole of the media will echo it. Television being essentially dominant today, both for entertainment and for information, it is evident that it is going to impose as current a type of event that is specific to its field, events that are especially rich in visual capital and images. Any other subject of an abstract order will never be current in a medium that is, first of all, visual, because in this case the equation seeing is understanding would not work. In the same way, the current system transforms the very concept of truth, the so important requirement of veracity, into information. What is true and what is false? The system in which we evolved works in the following way: if all the media say that something is true, it is true. If the press, radio, or television say that something is true, that is true even if it is false. The concepts of truth and lies vary in this way logically. The receiver has no criteria of appreciation, since he can only orient himself by comparing some media with others. And if they all say the same thing, you are forced to admit that it is the truth. Finally, another aspect that has been modified is the specificity of each average. For a long time, the written press, radio, and television could be opposed. Now it is increasingly difficult to contrast them, because the media talk about the media repeat the media say everything and its opposite. That is why they increasingly constitute an informational sphere and a system that is difficult to distinguish. It could also be said that the set is further complicated by the technological revolution, essentially the digital revolution. So far we have three systems of signs in terms of communication: the written text, the sound of the radio, and the image. Each of these elements has been the inducer of an entire technological system. The text has given the edition, the printing press, the book, the newspaper, the linotype, the typography, the typewriter, etc. The text is therefore at the origin of a true system, just as the sound has given the radio, the tape recorder, and the record. The image, for its part, has produced cartoons, silent movies, sound movies, television, the video recorder, etc. The digital revolution makes sign systems converge again towards a single system. Text, sound, and image can now be expressed in bytes. It is what is called multimedia. The same vehicle allows to transport the three genres at the speed of light. We are currently witnessing a second technological revolution. If the Industrial Revolution consisted in some way in replacing the muscle with the machine, that is, physical force with the machine, The technological revolution that we are experiencing today leads us to the realization that the machine plays the role of the brain. It replaces increasingly numerous and important functions, by means of a cerebralization of the machines, which does not mean that they are endowed with intelligence. Another very important aspect is that it is now possible, thanks to the digital revolution, to network all the raised brain machines. From the moment a machine has a brain, it can be connected or hyperconnected, so that all computerized machines, all machines based on electronics, can be linked in one way or another. That is why there is talk of smart cars, of vehicles linked to the telephone, the radio, etc. All machines in the world can be linked. The communication system creates a network, a mesh that surrounds the entire planet, which allows the intensive exchange of information. Information and freedom. As we have seen, we are in a system of superabundant production of information. This phenomenon is extremely important. For a long time the information was scarce, almost non-existent. Information control allowed two things. In the first place, scarce information was expensive information, which could be sold and could be at the origin of a fortune. On the other hand, scarce information allowed those who possessed it to occupy power. For a long time it was said that information was power. Today we are faced with a crucial problem. What becomes of the relationship with freedom when information is superabundant? Let us try to express it by means of a curve. I can say, because it is an idea of 18th century rationalism, that if I have zero information, I have zero freedom. And my freedom only increases as my information increases. If I have more information, I have more freedom. Every time I add information I gain freedom. In our democratic societies there is a kind of reflection towards the need for more information in order to have more freedom and more democracy. Have we not already reached a sufficient level of information? Aren't we over a 0 point, where even if I add information, my freedom doesn't increase? This can be verified since 1989, the year of the fall of the Berlin Wall. The last barriers that intellectually opposed the advance of freedom on an international scale were broken. Freedom 1. We have all the information, we are in the internet era that allows us to access all of it. We are in a phase of superabundance. Has my freedom increased? In reality, it can be seen that it does not increase and that what increases at this time is confusion. The question is raised. If I keep adding information, won't my freedom decrease? Information to infinity will cause zero freedom, as before? It is only a question, of course, but it must be asked today because the current system constantly shows us that the accumulation of information amputates information. The modern form of censorship is superadding and hoarding information. The modern and democratic form of censorship is not the suppression of information, it is the addition of information. In this way, today we are confronted with a great question. It is something new because for 200 years, since the 18th century, we have associated more information with more freedom. If now we have to start saying that more information gives less freedom, we will have to develop another intellectual mechanism. Those who thought they had it realize that they no longer have it. To play with words, what used to be called the fourth power has become more of the second. But it no longer has the same function. This fourth power was the censor of the other three, while now it is the second in terms of global and general influence on the functioning of societies. What today can be understood as power has essentially moved to the sphere of the economy and within it to the financial field. It is the financial markets that ultimately dictate and determine the behavior of politicians. Globally, there is also a misunderstanding. Citizens do not mobilize because they think that their ability to intervene in the democratic field is limited to voting. But once they have voted and someone has been elected, he in turn discovers that he cannot do much. For example, the President of France, Chirac, was elected in May 1995 with a program and, just 5 months later, in October of that same year, he came to say, "I was not right, Balladur his predecessor, and now I apply Balladur's program." And recently, in a conversation with journalists, he said that he could not do much because of the immobility of society and European imperatives. In short, it is the same as telling us, the head of a strong executive, one of the strongest in the world as a political system, reveals himself powerless against the acquired commitments that are tectonic movements. That is the question of power. The media play a secondary role in all of this. What we have to ask ourselves is whether democracy is being put at risk in this context. If Chirac is right, we can then ask ourselves what is the use of electing a head of state if he is then forced to realize that he cannot advance. The question is, why did politicians make the decision to allow financial markets to fall outside their purview? Who gave them the mandate to do that? But these are decisions that have already been made. It was decided to privatize the Banque de France and there was no referendum. It was decided that currency would no longer depend on national sovereignty, although currency remains an instrument of sovereignty. What is sovereignty today? It's not borders, it's not foreign policy, it's not security. Where is the sovereignty? It has been dissolved, power has been dissolved, and we know that there is a kind of outward projection of those responsibilities and that even the power structure itself, on a planetary scale, is in turmoil. Because we are also in a world that is no longer polar, where international organizations no longer play the role they played before, where geopolitically the United States exercises factual hegemony. We are in a world in which the financial markets demand the application of a certain policy, set by the OECD, the IMF. And all governments of whatever type, socialist in Italy, conservative right in Spain, left in Portugal have exactly the same policy, with the same conditioning factors for society. This shows how politics today is towing the economy. And it is not about the economy in the real sense, but about the financial economy, therefore an economy of speculation. What role do the media play in this context? We should start from the realization that we live in a new situation of crisis, not a crisis in the economic and social sense of the term, but a crisis of civilization, of perception of the direction of the world. We encounter difficulties that have their origin in a certain number of phenomena on a planetary scale that have transformed the intellectual and cultural architecture in which we live, although we do not know how to describe this building in which we find ourselves. It is a crisis of intelligibility. We know that things have changed, but the intellectual and conceptual instruments at our disposal do not allow us to understand the new situation. They were made to allow us to disassemble, analyze, deconstruct the previous situation. But they no longer serve us to understand the new reality. This crisis of intelligibility, of which we must at least confirm that it exists and that we are living through it, and for this reason there are so many problems that we face, is based, in any case, on the fact that a certain number of paradigms have changed. As in the great scientific revolutions. A paradigm is a general model of thought. I have the impression that there are two important paradigms on which the building we inhabit rested and that they have changed a dozen years ago. The first is progress, the idea of progress, this idea forged at the end of the 18th century and that finally cuts across all the activities of a society. Progress consists in making inequalities disappear, in making societies fairer. It consists in believing that modernity entails, by definition, the solution of a certain number of problems. But the idea of progress has been violated and put into crisis. Progress is Chernobyl, they are mad cows. A progressive state is the Stalinist Russia of the Gulag. Progress, we are told, is the welfare state that leads to social paralysis, and so on. Progress is today a general paradigm that has entered into crisis. What is the paradigm that replaces it? The communication. Progress allowed happiness to our societies, that is, a plus of civilization. Today, to this question, how to be better when you are well, the answer is, communication. Communicate, you will be better. Whatever activity is thought about today, the massive response given to us is, we must communicate. If things don't work out in a family, it's because the parents don't talk to their children. If things don't work out in a class, it's because the teachers don't discuss enough with the students. If in a factory, or in an office, the matter does not go, it is because it is not discussed enough. Communication is proposed today as a kind of lubricant that allows all the elements that make up a community to function without friction. The more you communicate, the happier you are. Whatever the situation. Are you standing? Communicate and you will do much better. The second important paradigm, on which the previous building rested, was the idea that there was a kind of ideal functioning of a community. It was the machine, the clock. In the 18th century, the clock was considered the perfect machine because it made the measure of time and space coincide. Space gives us time. The measurement of space allows us to measure time. And that is an almost perfect equation, almost divine. From this, it was considered that the mechanical model, the model of this machine, had to be applied to everything. This is what is called functionalism. And societies were built on the model of a machine. A machine that is a set of elements that are all solidary among them, without any being superfluous. And today, this model has been excluded. He is retired. In our society it is accepted again that there are marginalized, people who are not part of the community, pieces that are left over in the clock. And what is it that replaces that model of the machine? What is the operating principle that makes there is an energy that unfolds, despite everything? The market. It is the market that makes things work today. But the market only integrates the profitable elements. Who is not solvent is not in the market. It doesn't happen like with the machine all the parts work. And it is clear that the market is not the solution for everything. It is not an invention of today. The modern market, Fernand Braudel has told us, was invented at the dawn of the Renaissance. And what is happening today? Well, the market as it has worked was limited to very precise sectors, let's say trade. While today the market reaches all sectors. Even spheres that have long been outside the market, culture, religion, sports, love, death, are today integrated into the market. The market has the full right to regulate, to govern all these elements. In this way, a building that rested on two paradigms that allowed the construction of the modern state, progress and the clock, have disappeared today and have been replaced by communication and the market that, obviously, support a totally different building. What becomes the political in the new situation in which we find ourselves? It is a matter of philosophy, but it also directly affects the uncomfortable situation that we see in a certain number of politicians and citizens. Journalists or public relations. The issue of ethics is today at the center of the concerns of journalists. As a consequence of the industrialization of information, they have been subjected to a fragmentation of their activity, and it is clear that they depend, in most cases, it is evident that there are exceptions, on a system, at the same time of hierarchy or of property, which demands an immediate return. And they are worried about what is going to be asked of them, even if it is about goals that they really share. They are well-known problems: the influence of advertising or advertisers, the influence of shareholders who own a parcel of ownership of a newspaper, etc. All of this ends up weighing heavily. To the point that although there are numerous cases of resistance, or of journalists trying despite everything to defend their conception of ethics, there are also many cases of abandonment. More and more journalists are going to that refuge that constitutes communication in the sense of public relations. One of the great diseases of information today is this confusion between the universe of communication and public relations, and that of information. What becomes, in this new communicational context, the specificity of the journalist? This question arises because we live in a society in which everyone communicates and where all institutions produce information. Communication, in this sense, is a flattering message issued by an institution that wants that discourse to favor it. And that communication ends up suffocating the journalist. All the political institutions, the parties, the unions, the city councils, communicate, have their own newspaper, their own bulletin. Cultural, economic, and industrial institutions produce information. They often give this information to journalists, and what they want is for journalists to just reproduce it. Obviously, the demand is not that explicit, but it can be very seductive. For example, when car brands do tests, they take them to paradises, like the Bahamas, because that way they can invite journalists for a week in a magnificent hotel. It is clear that the journalists are going to do their job, but in a context that favors communication in the sense that the organizers want. In this way, many professionals bend to simply being the channel that allows advertising communication to be expressed, issued by an industry or a political, economic, cultural, or social institution. It is a way of reaching a compromise between your conscience and your ethics. In any case, it is true that new technologies greatly favor the disappearance of the journalist's specificity. As communication technologies develop, the number of groups that communicate is greater. May 1968 would not have been possible without the photocopier, just to make a joke. Fascism would not have been what it was without loudspeakers and microphones, because you cannot reach 1,000 people at once with just your voice. Communication technologies are what produced the explosion of free radios, or the fax. Today the internet means that each one of us can, if not become a journalist, then be at the head of a media outlet. What remains as specificity to journalists? It is one of the reasons for the suffering of the media. And, in particular, from the written press. The media that are developed are those linked to sound and image technologies. And even when writing continues, it is done on a screen. Journalists do not constitute a homogeneous body. There are discrepancies, debates. It is a profession in which you have to work hard today. Journalists are also citizens and media consumers to a greater extent than others, and they are well aware that these problems are raised, and they discuss them permanently. There is an awareness, but can we speak of a responsibility? Is it the sole responsibility of journalists? Citizens also have their responsibility. Well, getting informed is an activity, not a passive reception. Citizens are not simply recipients of media. It is clear that the issuer has a great responsibility, but being informed also means changing sources, resisting a version if it is too simplistic, etc. It is not very complicated now to reach the conclusion that a person cannot be informed exclusively through a newscast. The news is not made to inform, it is made to distract. It is structured as a fiction. It is a Hollywood fiction. It starts in a certain way, ends in a happy ending. You cannot put the end at the beginning. While a written newspaper can begin to be read at the end. At the end of the news one has already forgotten what happened at the beginning. And it always ends with laughter, with pirouettes. The person who says to himself, I am going to inform myself seriously by watching the news, is lying to himself. Because he does not want to admit that he is carried away by his own laziness. The means of communication alone cannot bear the effort required to be informed. Especially today, when information is superabundant. But there are two options, either you want to be informed or you want to know vaguely what is going on. And if you want to inform, you have all the possibilities to do so by recomposing the information. There are not only newspapers, there are magazines, books. But that presupposes the will to do it. It's a job. For things to be clear, you don't have to be too severe with respect to the newscast, which is a rather superficial genre, nor do you have to ask it for what it can't do. In 30 minutes he deals with 20 pieces of information. However, television can do very good reports or special broadcasts. The BBC's work on Bosnia is a wonderful example of the kind of journalism that this outlet can do. The same can be said of the two-part documentary that was broadcast on the Falklands War, which was a very important war in media history, because it is the war that served as a model for the Gulf War, from a negative point of view. Information cannot be limited to a certain number of important fields: economy, politics, culture, ecology. It is also necessary to investigate the information itself, in the communication. It is necessary for the media to analyze the functioning of the media. They cannot pretend that they are the eye that sees but cannot see itself. It is true that the eye sees and does not see itself. But this metaphor cannot be applied to the media because they do not have that privileged periscope or panoptic position. Everyone sees them and everyone knows in one way or another that they are not perfect. People expect the media to do their self-criticism, to analyze themselves. In the same way that they can be demanding with respect to other sectors and professions, why shouldn't they be so with respect to themselves? The media must increasingly develop analyses of their own operations, if only so that we know how they work, and to remember that they are not safe from inspection, introspection, and criticism. But this path is traveled relatively slowly because it is very comfortable to judge others without being judged. The necrophilous television. The fake scoop of the century, broadcast on Italian television on February 5, 1998, will undoubtedly mark an era in the history of the media. That day, Gianni Minali, presenter of the magazine Mixer, a weekly information program on Rai 2, announced the broadcast of a first-order document, Judge Sansovino's confession, which he admitted having falsified, with the complicity from other members of the Electoral Tribunal, the results of the 1946 referendum, which allowed Italy to abolish the monarchy and establish itself as a republic. At the end of the broadcast, and when the entire country was in shock, Minali revealed the hoax. The judge was an actor. The old documents in black and white had been shot in a studio with extras. In short, everything was false, except the deep emotion experienced by millions of viewers. We wanted to show, Gianni Minali concluded, how televised information can be manipulated. We must learn to distrust television and the images that are offered to us. A moral lesson such as this was indeed necessary after the revelation, at the end of January 1990, of the horrific images of the graves of Timișoara in Romania, which turned out to be a montage in which the corpses lined up under the shrouds were not victims of the massacres of December 17, but bodies unearthed from the cemetery of the poor and willingly offered to the necrophilia of television. Romania was a dictatorship and Nicolae Ceausescu an autocrat. Based on these indisputable data, once again television was carried away in its coverage of the events of December 1991 in Bucharest by its worst morbid tendencies. The career of sensationalism led her to lies and imposture, putting the rest of the media, and even a part of the political class, into a kind of collective hysteria. The images of the false graves in Timișoara shocked public opinion, the victim of gross manipulation. How is all this possible in a democracy, which is also defined as a communication society? The fake Timișoara ossuary is without a doubt the biggest hoax since television was invented. His images had a formidable impact on viewers who had been passionately following the events of the Romanian Revolution for several days. The war of the streets was then continuing in Bucharest, and the country seemed at risk of falling back into the hands of the men of the Securitate, when the pit appeared to confirm the horror of the repression. These deformed bodies were associated in our minds with those we had already seen stretched out, piled up, in hospital warehouses, and corroborated the number of 4,000 victims of the Timișoara massacres. 4,063, specified for his part A. Special envoy of the newspaper Liberation, and some articles in the written press intensified the drama. There has been talk of garbage trucks transporting innumerable corpses to secret places to bury them or burn them there, reported a journalist from the magazine Nouvel Observateur on December 8, 1989. How to get to know the number of dead. The drivers of the trucks, which transport cubic meters of bodies, are eliminated with a bullet in the neck by the secret police to avoid witnesses, reported the special envoy of the Agence France Presse, Liberation, December 23, 1989. Seeing the corpses of Timișoara on the small screen, the figure of 60,000 dead could not be doubted. Some even spoke of 70,000 caused by the Romanian insurrection in a few days. The images of the mass graves gave credence to the most delirious affirmations. Broadcast at 8 p.m. on Saturday, December 23, 1989, they contrasted with the atmosphere in most homes, where Christmas parties were being prepared. How can one not be shocked by the image of that witness, with the plaid shirt, who, using a rope and holding by the ankles, hoists up a victim who, one can imagine, has died under horrible torture. At the same time, a series of written testimonies confirmed these impressions, adding horrific details. In Timisoara, highlighted for example the special envoy of El País, the army has discovered torture chambers in which, systematically, disfigured with acid dissidents' faces to prevent their bodies from being identified. Before this row of naked tortured bodies, before certain expressions that could be read about cubic meters of bodies, garbage trucks transporting corpses, other images inevitably returned to memory, those of the documentaries about the horrors in the Nazi death camps. It was something unbearable, and we looked at it almost as a duty, thinking of the phrase of Robert Capa, the great war photographer, "The dead would have perished in vain if the living refused to see them." Viewers showed deep compassion for the dead. Many cried seeing the images of the Timisoara mass grave, noted a journalist. Others saw how an irresistible feeling of rebellion and solidarity was born within them. "I have seen all those horrors on television," says a witness. "While preparing the party, I practically felt compelled to do something." Electrified by Channel 5 and Iran-Sinfo, confesses a journalist, he was furious. "We were going to leave an entire town in the hands of the butchers of the Securitate." Tempers flared. The editorialist Gerard Carrero, after having seen such images, launched from TF1 a real call for the formation of international brigades to go to die in Bucharest. Jean Daniel, noting the divorce between the dramatic intensity of the events broadcast on television and the tone of the rulers, wondered if our rulers lacked interest in turning their feelings into actions. And Roland Dumas, then Minister of Foreign Affairs, seemed to agree with him when he declared, "You cannot attend such a massacre as a simple spectator." In this way, based on images whose authenticity no one had bothered to verify, a war action was conceived, the right of interference was alluded to, and some even called for a Soviet military intervention to crush Ceausescu's supporters. It had been forgotten that, today, televised information is essentially entertainment, a show that feeds fundamentally on blood, violence, and death. On the other hand, the unbridled competition experienced by the various channels encourages the journalist to seek the sensational at any price, to want to be the first on the ground, to send harsh images on the fly, even though it is materially impossible for him to verify whether he is being victim of manipulation, and without having had time to seriously analyze the situation, as was the case of the events in Beijing in the spring of 1998. This frenetic, insane pace, imposed by television, also drags the written press, and it impels to look for the sensational at the risk of incurring in the same mistakes. On the other hand, the political powers are not unaware of this necrophiliac perversion of television, nor its fearsome effects on viewers. In the event of an armed conflict, as is known, they strictly control the path of the cameras and do not allow filming freely. A recent example that we will refer to in the following chapters is the U.S. invasion of Panama, which coincided in time with the events in Bucharest. While the death toll was much higher, 2,000 to 4,000 civilians according to various sources, no one spoke of the Panamanian genocide or graves. Because the U.S. Army did not allow journalists to film the war scenes. And an invisible war does not impress, it does not make public opinion rebel. "No combat images," notes a television critic, disappointed by the reports on Panama, just a few confused shots of soldiers pointing their weapons at a handful of resistors in the hall of a building. Panama was much less throbbing than Romania, converted, like all the eastern countries after the fall of the Berlin Wall, into a kind of wild territory in which there were no regulations regarding filming. Romania was a closed and secret country. Few experts knew its reality. And lo and behold, in the course of events, hundreds of journalists found themselves in the heart of a confusing situation, and from there, in a few hours, and without the assistance of the usual press attaches, they had to explain what was happening to millions of viewers. The analysis shows how they frequently endorsed the insistent rumors that, unconsciously, reproduced old political myths and that, lazily, reasoned by mere analogy. One myth dominated the Romanian theme, that of the conspiracy. And an analogy, the one that assimilates communism to Nazism. This myth and analogy structure almost the entire media discourse on the Romanian Revolution. The conspiracy is that of the Securitate men described as innumerable, invisible, imperceptible, emerging out of the night, unexpectedly, from labyrinthine and gloomy undergrounds or from inaccessible rooftops. Superpowered, super-armed men, mainly foreigners, above all Arabs, Palestinians, Syrians, and Libyans, like the new Janissaries, orphans recruited and educated to blindly serve their masters, capable of the greatest cruelty, for example, entering hospitals and shooting all the sick, finish off the dying, disembowel pregnant women, poison the water in the cities. All the horrible aspects that television confirmed were, as is known today, false. Neither underground, nor Arabs, nor poisonings, nor children kidnapped from their mothers. They were all rumors and pure inventions. On the other hand, each one of the terms of these narratives, from a mysterious bunker, for example, a journalist recounted, Ceausescu and his wife led the counter-revolution, the Black Battalions, Knights of Death, who ran, invisible, through the underground. Corresponds exactly to the ghost of the conspiracy, a classic political myth that served in other times to accuse the Jesuits, the Jews, or the Freemasons. The underground, explains Professor Raoul Girardet, plays an always essential role in the system of symbolic legends of the conspiracy. The presence of a certain anguish never ceases to be perceived, that of abruptly opened hatches, labyrinths with no exit, corridors that stretch to infinity. The victim sees how each of his acts is watched and spied on by 1,000 clandestine gazes. Men of the shadow, of the plot, who by definition escape the most elementary rules of social normality. Emerging from elsewhere, or from nowhere, the henchmen of the conspiracy embody the foreigner in the strict sense of the expression. This myth of the conspiracy is completed by that of the monster. In Dracula's country it was easy to make Ceausescu, who was unquestionably a dictator and an autocrat, a vampire, an ogre, a satanic prince of darkness. In the mythical story proposed by the media, he embodies absolute evil, the one that seizes children at night and that carries within itself poison and corruption. The only means to combat it, exorcism, or its equivalent, the process, in witchcraft, since then expelled from the mystery, exposed to the light of day and to the gaze of all, it can finally be denounced, challenged, confronted. That was the mythical, cathartic, and not political, function of the Socscu marriage process, which once would have been taken, without a doubt, to the stake. The other great image of the discourse on Romania is the analogy between communism and Nazism. The events in Bucharest took place after the other countries of the East, with the exception of Albania, had experienced a democratic revolution. Television news ideology. Millions of citizens watch a TV news every night. In almost every country in the world. And they generally do so, surveys confirm, with great attention. This enormous audience, in comparison, it exceeds that of the daily press, including all the newspapers, fundamentally arouses two types of greed, commercial and political. Advertisers and politicians put their efforts and desires in this television space, a pole of attraction for all eyes at the beginning of the night, with the aim of placing, under the converging gaze of consumers, voters, products and ideas, objects and programs. On the other hand, the presenters of the television news, those friends who come to our home, have acquired, for years, an inordinate influence, and their comments, or their moods, can condition at any given moment the whole of the public opinion. Fascinated, captivated by a dazzling staging of the march of the world, the viewers, the citizens, are they perhaps capable of resisting this formidable enterprise of massification? History of a genre. The newscast was born as a genre in the United States. It was in June 1941 when the first regular television broadcasts were produced from the mythical Empire State Building in Manhattan. The first newscast was broadcast in 1943 in Schenectady. And as of 1947, daily information programs appear on the grid of the usual television programming. The creation of these broadcasts had its origin in a requirement of the Federal Commission of Communications, FCC, that only granted operating licenses to commercial television stations, for a period of 3 years, on the condition that they commit to regularly produce informative programs. Very soon these stations, basically grouped into 3 chains or networks, American Broadcasting Company, ABC, Columbia Broadcasting System, CBS, and National Broadcasting Company, NBC, understand that televised news, like any other type of broadcast, can become a source of important benefit. They realize that competition with the other mass media, especially the written press, in the distribution of advertising manner requires precisely developing the specificity of this space, the information, and conquering millions of people to follow the newscasts of newspaper readers. From then on, the information sector will experience a spectacular development. At first, the newscast resembled a talk radio newspaper. The camera framed a presenter who, raising his head from time to time, limited himself to reading the news of the day, written by a journalist. Images were then incorporated, first maps and diagrams, then photographs and, finally, filmed fragments of current affairs reports whose primary function was to illustrate the written commentary, without any continuity between them. The recourse to filmed material, which had to be subjected to a slow laboratory process, deprived television of the possibility of immediately illustrating the events dealt with throughout the news. The invention of video. It was not until 1957 that the Ampex company, by launching the first, video, tape recorder on the market, finally allowed the magnetic recording of images and their deferred diffusion. Television then knew how to take advantage of the main myth that embodied, that of the live broadcast. It multiplied the number of events, especially sports and political events, broadcast live. In the United States, a network of Hertzian repeaters made possible, since 1951, the direct transmission of images from one coast of the country to another, from New York to San Francisco. In 1952, politics entered the television age. The conventions, Republican and Democratic, of 1952 were a brief moment of glory in the childhood of television, says Walter Cronkite, the first television news anchor. Before politicians discovered its immense potential and decided to try to control it. For the first time, millions of Americans saw democracy in action in choosing their presidential candidates. The wonder of instantaneity fascinated the first viewers and gave the events shown on the news the force of a unique evidence in the mass media. Live transmission also increased the credibility of the news and made television, thanks to the newscast, the mirror of reality, the faithful reflection of the world. The king of programs. In this way, throughout the 1960s and 1970s, the newscast became the king of television programs, the locomotive that dragged behind it all the programming and that, early in the evening, concentrated the most important audience. Its extraordinary success among a very wide public, in the great democracies, until the mid-1990s, 87% of citizens watched it regularly, lies in part in the effectiveness of quite specific journalistic techniques. 2 main limitations. The newscast has to overcome 2 main structural limitations. 1. It cannot exceed 30 minutes in length, 20 in the United States, since the viewer's attention span is limited. 2. It has to force the viewer to see it in its entirety, with all its sections, no matter how different they may be, national and international politics, economics, sports, culture, etc., while a newspaper reader always has the possibility of skipping what is not you are interested in and start learning wherever you want. These limitations impose on the telejournalist the need to be brief but interesting, it has to make itself understood and be able to capture interest, be simple and spectacular, educational and attractive. You have to prepare your text taking into account the lowest common denominator of the audience in cultural matters, so that the largest possible number of viewers can understand it. As can be expected, this is a real challenge, since 30 minutes of television news are equivalent, in written text, to a single page of the newspaper El País, for example. Hence the need to address only a very small number of events and treat them only in a very brief, superficial way. Simplification and synthesis. Generally, the information is synthesized to the maximum, reduced to a small string of key phrases, in order to insist a lot on the dominant fact of the day and on the mood that it is trying to inspire. The television news tells the news and, at the same time, tells us what to think about that news. In that sense, it is clearly a prêt-à-penser that, through the spectacular nature of the images reproduced and the emphasis of the presenter, is offered to us under the guise of an attractive show, the result of wise dramaturgy. This has been recognized, for example, by one of the most famous presenters of French news, Roger Jekyll. The choice of information is made based on a possible dramatic composition with possible impact news. It is that dramaturgy, inherent to the information, that I exploit. Triumph of the laws of the spectacle. Insensibly, the laws of entertainment rule over the demands and rigor of the information. The soft news, events, sports, happy final notes, anecdotes, are often more important than the hard news, political, economic, or social issues of real gravity. And the subtle fragmentation of current affairs into a mosaic of facts separated from their context has as its main objective to distract, to amuse based on the accessory, and avoid reflecting on what is essential based on the information. The use of specialists, reports, and interviews aims to give a stamp of authenticity to what is nothing more than a series of hasty assertions and, often, devastatingly simple. These characteristics, which are common to the evening newscasts at 9 a.m., 8 p.m., 8:30 p.m., or 9 p.m., may be more or less accentuated. In some cases, if the information is very fragmented and dispersed, we will have a traditional newscast, which dispenses with any serious explanation and abounds in the majority of stereotypes. In others, if the number of sections is limited to the topics dealt with in greater depth, the news is similar to a news magazine-type broadcast, where the questions are raised less briefly, giving a preponderant role to the visual aspect. The images, a problem. Images are often a problem because the visible aspect of events does not explain their essence or complexity. Really serious events are usually difficult to represent in images. How to illustrate, for example, inflation, if not through the eternal maps of supermarket price tags? Inevitably, the newscast gives priority to spectacular images, fires, riots, violence in the streets, catastrophes, wars, and, conditioned by this selection, made in the name of visual quality, is condemned to favor the anecdotal and the superfluous, to speculate with emotions insisting on dramatization. Given the lack of images of some situation, certain chains have tried to artificially manufacture them, producing false documents. The most famous case of trickery was the one organized in 1962 by NBC in Berlin, when it financed the construction of a tunnel under the wall to film all the phases of an alleged escape to the west. In the late 1980s, news presenters, or continuous information networks, such as Cable News Network, CNN, also launched appeals to video amateurs to sell them their current related images. Some of them had important consequences, such as those that showed the Democratic candidate for the presidency of the United States, Gary Hart, aboard a yacht in the company of a lover, and which meant the end of his political career. Or the ones that showed in Los Angeles how white police officers beat up a black driver, Rodney King, and that unleashed the most violent race riots in recent U.S. history. Information and show business. In Sidney Lumet's film An Unforgiving World, Network, 197 The producers of the news even sign a contract with a group of terrorists to have the exclusive rights to film live their misdeeds and their kidnapping of hostages. On the other hand, this film very well describes the links between the current televised treatment and the rules of show business. In Francis Ford Coppola's Apocalypse Now 97, a newsreel operator, played by Coppola himself, is seen asking soldiers in battle to not look at the camera so that the shots have an even more truthful air. Sometimes, the on-site presence of television crews triggers, especially in cases of mass demonstrations, an artificial effervescence voraciously filmed by cameras. The reporters go so far as to cinematically direct the behavior of the masses in order to better dramatize the event. A case of dramatization. During the time of the Iran crisis, from December 1979 to January 1980, during the kidnapping of American hostages by Islamic students in the U.S. Embassy building in Tehran, a crowd of onlookers acquired the custom of congregating in front of the embassy bars. A fairground atmosphere reigned there: food stalls, tea kiosks, soft drink and peanut vendors, newspaper hawkers, strings of Khomeini portraits, etc. The atmosphere was relaxed and peaceful. But the approach of a television camera was enough for the atmosphere to change completely. Faces became immobilized and fists were raised. As professional extras in a blockbuster movie would have done, after a coffee break, the crowd reenacted, for the duration of the shoot, the role the newscast desired, expressing hate and anger, threat and exaltation, in a word, the famous Muslim fanaticism. This allowed the commentary on the Tehran crisis to be dramatized and to place greater emphasis on the danger to the American hostages. The complicity between the crowd and the journalists had, after days, reached such a high degree of agreement that the journalist Elaine Ciolino could describe it thus in Newsweek: "The crowd is currently so sophisticated that it shakes its fists in silence while the operator sets its goals. He only begins to scream when he enters the scene, with his microphone, the sound technician." Thanks to this type of images, the news can create stories, dramatic stories, about a current event. Image agencies. This type of images determines the tone, the style of the vast majority of newscasts, since their source, their origin, is very limited. Basically there are 3 or 4 international agencies that compete for the market of news images: Vice News, British, WTN, Anglo-American, CBS, North American, and CNN, North American. The most powerful, and therefore the most influential, is Vice News, largely controlled by the financial press agency Reuters, which sends the most spectacular images, the most sensational, the most universalistic, filmed by their reporters located in the most remote hotspots on the planet. European public broadcasters depend on the exchange network of the European Broadcasting Union, the EVN, electronic video news. Every morning a kind of image exchange takes place in Brussels. Televisions from European countries and international agencies present their reports on current affairs there. Each national chain receives the list drawn up by telex or fax and chooses. The images are immediately transmitted to you, which will only have to be mounted on the VCR to give them a certain homemade tone. Spectacular at all costs. The defect of this system is evident, to be widely accepted, an essential condition for profitability. Agency images must be spectacular at all costs and interest the largest number of viewers. They tend to put more emphasis on the external aspect of the event, on the anecdote, the scandal, and the action, violence, suffering, blood, death, than on the ideas or the explanations. On the other hand, they avoid controversy and controversy, presenting themselves as apolitical and universal, which often reduces their interest. Finally, their subordination to the present, in the most conjunctural sense, forces them to return constantly, cyclically, to repetitive issues and regions: the Middle East, the Gulf, Bosnia, Rwanda, terrorism, attacks, conflicts, wars, neglecting treatment and information on the situation in many countries, especially in the South, or information on soft catastrophes, such as misery, hunger, illiteracy, unemployment, or invisible ecological disasters, such as polluted air, the greenhouse effect, desertification, etc. A Hollywood entertainment. Conceived, in short, as entertainment, this Hollywood-style newscast devotes disproportionate attention to the little news that revolve around the way of life of individuals and that offer a more appealing, less gloomy, less desperate vision of the world. Its objective is to provoke emotions, anguish, pain, euphoria, horror, surprise. That is the essential subject of television news. The rhythm of this spectacularization of the world leaves nothing to chance. It is the result of an exact dosage of tensions, dramas, hopes and consolations. This dosage adopts as a model the dramatic criteria of American B-series films, developed in Hollywood in the 1930s, according to which the golden rule to keep a very wide audience in suspense is to introduce a dramatic impact every 10 minutes, followed by a quieter sequence. As in those films, care is taken not to end on a tragic or excessively serious note. The audience would be left dejected. The laws of the happy end require ending on an upbeat note, a funny anecdote. Since the function of the television news has something of social psychotherapy, it must, above all, instill hope, reassure about the capabilities of national rulers, inspire confidence, arouse consensus, contribute to social peace. The main star. The logic of show business, of dramatization, and of the transformation of the newscast into a true show, has stimulated the appearance of vedettes. Some television journalists have become real stars. In the name of this logic, and in order for the show to gain in coherence, since the beginning of the 1960s, North American newscasts have been organized around a single presenter, the anchor man, who maintains the news consistency. This kind of haruspex guarantees the unity of tone and humanizes the journalistic discourse. Thanks to him, the information stops seeming scattered and gains a human dimension, acquiring, in the strict sense of the word, a face. In the United States, the first single presenters were Walter Cronkite, from CBS and, later, Barbara Walters, from NCB, true institutions, symbols of television whose popularity was immense until the mid-1980s. As it is today, for example, that of Dan Rather, of CBS. Walter Cronkite. Walter Cronkite was without a doubt the most famous journalist in the audiovisual world until his retirement in 1983. For 19 years he commented daily, Monday through Friday, on the Columbia Broadcasting System, CBS, network's nightly news at 7 p.m., from New York. Its newscast had a much higher rating than its competitors on ABC and NBC. It was estimated that 22 million Americans watched the Cronkite phenomenon each night. At 63 years old, he continued to fascinate viewers like the first day, with his old-fashioned charm, his same reassuring and direct smile, his frank and mischievous gaze. Walter Cronkite wielded considerable political weight. During the Watergate crisis, his newscast's position was decisive in the downfall of President Richard Nixon. It was Cronkite who, for the first time, had Egypt's President Anwar el-Sadat and Israeli Prime Minister Menahem begin talk in a double connection during his newscast. And it was during this broadcast that the Egyptian president promised to go to Jerusalem. In the annual list of the 30 most influential people in the United States, established in 1980 by the weekly U.S. News & World Report after consulting 1,569 important members of Congress, businessmen, trade unionists, Walter Cronkite was in 8th place. Better off than some major political figures, such as Cyrus Vance, then Secretary of State, Warren Burger, Chief Justice, Edward Kennedy, 14th, and President Ronald Reagan himself, 26th. The presenter, the main information. Many people choose to watch the news of one or another network out of sympathy for its presenter. The important thing is no longer the situation in Algeria, in Bosnia, or in Rwanda, but how Dan Rather, or any other presenter, is going to react to these situations. The journalist thus becomes the main information. and he leaves the public fascinated by his intellectual mastery. He gives the impression of being very busy in front of his table, where some pages can be seen. He has a pen in his hand, he speaks well. This is what impresses the most. Some viewers believe that he improvises or that he has learned the text of the news by heart, which also fills them with amazement. They ignore that he is simply reading the text on a device invented in the United States, the teleprompter or autocue. The teleprompter. The presenter's text, typed on a strip of paper 9 centimeters wide, so that the horizontal movement of his pupils is practically negligible, passes through the lens of a miniature video camera. The speed of this tape is controlled by an assistant, who has typed the text and knows the presenter's reading pace. Passed backwards through a horizontally placed video monitor, the text reflects and passes forwards, through a set of mirrors, through a glass inclined at 45 degrees. The monitor glass assembly is incorporated into the camera that frames the journalist from the front. The camera films through the glass, without the interference of the text that the presenter is reading, looking directly at the lens. The teleprompter has freed the journalist from the written pages that he previously had to consult constantly, raising and lowering his eyes. Now you can put your looseness at the service of greater seduction. Strives for attention, sells your item. I am a salesman, admits Patrick Poivre d'Arver, the most famous TV news presenter in France. I sell products that others have prepared, fine-tuned, I cast them as honestly as I can. Omniscient narrator. The presenter thus becomes the omniscient narrator of the feuilleton of life. He multiplies the pseudo-events, a false news plus a rectification equals 2 pieces of information, and also gives an appearance of seriousness, not hesitating to provoke the events on which he then reflects. He is, finally, the guarantee of the credibility of the news. The public trusts him, what he says is the truth. History of credibility. Audiovisual information has gone through 3 historical phases. To each of them corresponds a type of credibility rhetoric. 1. For example, in the cinematographic newsreel, which in Spain was called Nodu, credibility arose from the fact that the images were commented on by an anonymous voiceover. This voice gave meaning to the images. It said what the spectators saw, what they had to see. His anonymity made the cinematographic discourse credible, since it was the voice of an instance or of an allegory, information. This anonymous voice, male in all cases, had an almost divine function, that of knowing everything. 2. In the Hollywood-type newscast, with a single presenter, credibility is based on a mechanism exactly opposite to the preceding one. In the non-anonymity of the informant. Here who informs me, the presenter or the presenter, has a name and surname, has a face. He looks me in the eye, speaks to me frankly, establishes a very close relationship with me. He's my friend, he comes into my house every night. This relationship of trust is the basis of the credibility in what he tells me. 3. In CNN-type news, of continuous information, credibility is not based on either of the 2 previous mechanisms. Not in an anonymous voice, nor in the friendly face of a presenter, but in the technological capacity to connect live with the event. This amazing possibility of achieving absolute ubiquity fascinates the viewer, who thinks he is witnessing the events live and in real time. He himself sees them with his own eyes, therefore he cannot be mistaken. The technological effect makes him go from spectator to witness, and this makes him believe in what he sees. A source of benefits. The evolution of the style of newscasts, the emphasis placed successively on the dramatization and the spectacularization of information, as well as the personalization of the presenters, transformed this broadcast into entertainment highly appreciated by a very wide audience. Rising ratings sparked interest in advertising, which squeezes newscasts into an endless series of commercials at the beginning and end of each broadcast. In the US, there are also 2 commercial spots during the course of the newscast. For some chains, 80% of advertising revenue comes from commercials broadcast before and after the evening news. The newscasts are, therefore, in the first place, a source of profit for many channels. Only later comes the concern of informing. Credible and reliable. Contrary to what might be believed, since television is, for many, the expression of the state or the government, when it is public, or of commercial interests, when it is private, most surveys reveal that, despite a recent decline in credibility after the lies of the Gulf War, the news is generally regarded as reliable. Much more than any other source of information. CNN. This sympathy of the public for televised information did not go unnoticed by an American businessman, Ted Turner, who in 1980 created a cable television network, Cable News Network, CNN, devoted entirely to information. CNN broadcasts information programs from Atlanta, in the state of Georgia, also headquarters of the Coca-Cola Company, 24 hours out of 24. Its broadcasts began on June 1, 1980. CNN was integrated in 1996 into the Time Warner Group, the most important in the world of communication. Its financing is ensured by advertising, and it currently has concessions in 5 telecommunications satellites, which allow it to broadcast, the only case in the world, along with that of the music network MTV, on 5 continents. It is the first example of global information. The South, a hell and a paradise. How to refer to the South in this context? The South is more absent than ever. It can be said that it is not present in our digital channels if it is not as a theme, as an object, and not as a subject. Not as a producer of images, but as a support for images to the extent that it is an actor of information. In this sense, any observer realizes what it means for the South to lack the capacity to produce images. On the small screens of our countries, the South is essentially present in 2 registers, in 2 communicational atmospheres. 1. The first is, precisely, on the news. On the occasion of negative events of any kind, natural catastrophes, earthquakes, fires, floods, volcanic eruptions, hurricanes, droughts, the South is present above all when these disasters bring drama, suffering and death. Or when there are political disorders, civil wars, guerrillas, insurrections, coups, massacres, executions. The South breaks into the news almost exclusively in the case of political or natural catastrophes. For citizen viewers who watch the news, the South is essentially hell. It is a place where all the cataclysms occur, all the disorders, all the violence. 2. There is another discourse that speaks of the South in the communication system, the advertising discourse. Advertising speaks of the South in a symmetrically opposite way. He talks about wonderful landscapes, pristine beaches, majestic skies, unspoiled nature, affable, smiling and helpful aborigines. That is to say that, in general, advertising speaks of the South as a paradise. Therefore, in our communication system, the South is a hell or a paradise but never a normal space, with normal peoples. Like, for example, when our communication system talks about us. When television talks about the North, it talks about strikes and conflicts, but it also talks about political debates, electoral results, the economic situation, cultural life, etc. The South is never spoken of in neutral, ordinary terms, because it does not have the capacity to issue its own discourse about itself towards the rest of the world. This is one of the consequences of its absence in the great communicational context. Today the South, let us think, in particular, of Black Africa, has left the concerns of the developed world. That is why the South has no importance in itself. It only matters to the extent that the North is present or to the extent that Western interests, around oil and gas, are involved. Who is now talking about the war in South Sudan? Who talks about the East Timor guerrilla? Practically no one, despite the fact that they are wars in which there are deaths every day. This is an element that verifies what has been pointed out before. Not only are there deaths that are interesting, there are also deaths that are not interesting. There may be exceptions, There are times when the humanitarian discourse also circulates. The news always has a certain humanitarian discourse, officially a pacifist, but he will seldom insist on aspects that would provide profound information about countries where nothing happens, that is, where there are no cataclysms, disasters, civil war, etc. However, television sometimes makes excellent documentaries about states or regions of the South, and if you watch them you can learn a lot. But, of course, the audience for this type of documentaries and the audience for the television news cannot be compared. The first is much smaller. Unquestionably, we can say that, in this aspect, the written press informs much better than the television news. However, it does not contextualize that information. That is the incapacity in which the written press finds itself in today's information landscape. The information of the poor. The credibility of televised information is higher to the extent that the socio-economic and cultural level of the viewers is lower. The most modest social classes barely consume other means of communication and almost never read newspapers. That is why they cannot question, if necessary, the version of events proposed by television. The news is the information of the poor. Therein lies its political importance. He more easily manipulates those who have less cultural defense. A factory of public opinion. Censorship, distortion, personalization, and dramatization, these are the four main plagues of Hollywood-type newscasts. These tasks represent so many tributes that must be paid for the conversion of information into a show, and its drift into a soap opera. The cascade of fragmented news produces loss and confusion in the viewer. Ideologies, values, beliefs are weakened. Everything seems true and false at the same time. Nothing seems important, and this develops indifference and encourages skepticism. The solution to this state of affairs is not easy. And the worst thing is that, probably, a democratic appropriation of the newscasts would not fundamentally modify their nature, since it is their natural way of breaking down and interpreting the world, more than the transformable content of the information, what makes the mass news. He doesn't let anyone form his opinion. So that everyone reproduces the so-called public opinion. A genre in crisis. Will the TV news disappear? Undoubtedly. At least in the form of those solemn evening masses that the big chains still offer us in Europe. In the United States, this type of broadcast has already entered into a crisis, and experience shows us that in terms of television, this country is always ahead. Among other reasons, due to competition from specialized digital channels, the Internet, the significant drop in the audience of the three main general networks, ABC, CBS, NBC, and the very high cost of news production. Under the reign of information show, the staging is imposed on reality, the truth is configured by false rules. In this sense, a television model already appears condemned. Initially, a small number of major networks set out to show the outside world to viewers globally. Two types of broadcasts reigned then, movies and newscasts. For a short time, the new television imposes a different model. It is multipolar and the number of broadcasting stations tends to increase constantly. Its main characteristic is to place its own universe at the center of its concerns. The world of television becomes the main subject of this new television, hence the importance of the stars of the small screen, of the broadcasts shot on set and of the leading role reserved for the viewer. In short, television is concentrated around a single topic that interests the largest number of viewers and often constitutes their only culture, television itself. The dominant broadcasts are already telefilms, games, and a type of programs, reality shows, in which vulgarity is explicitly claimed as the fundamental link of communication with the public. This type of egocentric concentration makes information broadcasts in which, despite everything, the outside world remains the main objective. Significantly, the credits and the setting of the news shows always present a world map or a globe. Most of the newer channels, both in Europe and elsewhere, no longer present more than short news flashes, often read by a journalist and with an almost total absence of images. the relationship with the truth. How has this situation come about when, until now, televised information was at the center of the debate on the medium and was at the forefront of the concerns of country leaders? For many of them, the conquest of power meant, until very recently, the dominance of television and the phantasmagorical possibility of manipulating public opinion through information. The fracture of the old television model clearly seems to have put an end to this chimera. However, it must also be said that the broadcast of information, in the first place the television news, has gradually changed its nature and modified its own discourse. The laws of spectacle and staging have occupied the most important place and have shaken relations with reality and truth. The turning point is undoubtedly after the end of the Vietnam War. This conflict marked the apogee of a certain informational voyeurism. The cameras of the television reporters were glued to the ground of the action and showed crude the sufferings of the combatants. Some images that gave that war all its epic aura. Viewers were able to witness the defeat of the empire. And everyone remembers those tragic images of helicopters shot down over the sea during the fall of Saigon in 1975, which favored a shift in opinion against policymakers. For power, television thus reached the limits of its freedom to show current affairs. From then on, and not only in the United States, war images were going to be subject to strict control. Of some conflicts there will simply be no images. And when you know the obsessive passion of the news for blood and violence, you can imagine the frustration of the broadcast networks. For example, with regard to the Falklands War by the United Kingdom, the invasion of southern Lebanon by Israel, or the occupation of Grenada by the United States, no images, or in any case clean images, correct soldiers, respected prisoners, zero violence. We can cite an example that indirectly involves France, the war in Chad in 1988. What could not have been said about the spectacular victories of Hissène Habré's troops over those of Colonel Gaddafi? The fulminating raids and the Hollywood disaster against the backdrop of the serene majesty of the desert were going to have magnificent coverage, fully cinematographic, and allow sensational shots in the information show era. But, as everyone could see, the images of these combats were not seen. The first reports offered by French television, shot by the Chadian army, showed 2 weeks after the events nothing more than shots of military equipment and of prisoners captured during the taking of Filarjo. The powers distrust the strength of images, because they can tarnish the most beautiful victories. What impression would the images of Israeli soldiers, in Tyre or Sidon, in 1982 mistreating civilians, imprisoning thousands of caged men in camps, in short, behaving like any army in conquered land, have produced on public opinion? Or those of the heroic combatants of Hissène Habré, systematically liquidating Libyan prisoners? Wars, in a supermediatized universe, are also great operations of political promotion, which could not be carried out outside the imperatives of public relations. They must produce clear images that meet the criteria of advertising discourse. And this is too serious a task to be left to television reporters. Only the false is aesthetic. This concern of politicians currently coincides with that of those responsible for television. They distrust reality more and more, its dirty, shaggy, wild side. They do not find it telegenic enough, and they seem convinced that the true is hardly smokable, that only the false is aesthetic and lends itself well to staging. They consider that, although the world is certainly made to be filmed, it cannot be filmed in any way, because there is a rhetoric of the visual and some laws of that staging to which everything that is going to be shown through must comply. From the television. Paradoxically, in the case of televised information, the concern for direct news is linked to these questions. Because it is the live show that creates the illusion of truth. The television news thus faces a very difficult problem, such as showing and with an adequate staging, events that have happened shortly before the hour of the broadcast and that have not been converted into images until after they have been produced. In fact, as in the case of the written press, television is forced to reconstruct the news and, except in exceptional cases, cannot show us its development. The ideal would be, of course, to know where and when the events are going to take place and to position the cameras appropriately. In the film A Relentless World, Sidney Lumet recounts the war that pits two major U.S. networks against each other to exceed the audiences of their newscasts, to the point that a network can be seen organizing, live, and in its own studios, the assassination of the news anchor whose popularity rating had plummeted. The televised information runs closer and closer to the real thing. He has a tendency to summon him at the time of the news and in the study of the chain. Surely it is about achieving the most easily filmable, and live. How to do it? Politics must first be radically reduced to the concrete. The abstract lacks an image, that is its great ontological defect. Only the real is smokable. Not the reality. So let's get to the specifics. For example, by personalizing the policy as much as possible. A party, a country, are a man, normally, their boss dash, a face. Public life becomes a contrast between traceable, smokable people. Who can be summoned to the studios and made to speak. The comment on his statements takes the place of the comment on reality. Many broadcasts rest on that principle. Frequently, an illusionary effect is produced, the questions of several journalists, live polls, calls from television viewers, everything tends to support the idea that the interviewed leader is going to be judged regarding his analysis of the situation or regarding his performance. For the final poll, the verdict, actually determines whether the politician has been deemed convincing. It is, in fact, about judging the man and his capacity for conviction, his psychology, his character, his ability, and not his politics. In this respect there is no difference between a political broadcast and a popular Saturday night program. What the spectators judge in both cases is the capacity in the lie-truth field. This sad conception of politics, and television, charms some. Look at the public men. Look how television treats them, exults Bernard Henry Levy. Look how it reveals them, strips them, how it disturbs them, how it forces them to express themselves spontaneously, to improvise. On television, I've already said it before, you can read it on their faces like an open book, the way a young girl takes off her dress. In those hours of truth so well titled, there is a stripping of the character that is very exciting and that is not without interest for democracy, by the way. The victim, the rescuer, and the dignitary. In television news, the laws of staging create the illusion of direct and, therefore, of truth. As soon as an event occurs, we already know how television is going to talk about it, according to what standards, what film criteria. The event can be unexpected, not the discourse that will develop it for us. In this case, more than in others, the substantial postulate of Oscar Wilde is verified. The truth is, purely and simply, a question of style. For example, imagine that a bomb explodes in Madrid causing victims. How will the evening news show us this event? What space will it occupy in the development of the news? The violence and the blood allow him to aspire to the main space, the opening of the broadcast. The images will be organized around an immutable scenario. First part, a reporter tells us from the scene of the event, live broadcast effect, under what circumstances it occurred, he will remember the destruction, which the camera will show widely, and then the first witness, perfectly one of the victims or, alternatively, someone who has attended the events, recounts what he has seen, his eyes have recorded the event live. Second part, by way of confirmation of this narration, the camera still lingers over the destruction, including a second testimony. It is always that of an authority that acts on the ground, firefighter, municipal, police, military, etc. It is essential the uniform, explains how its crews have intervened, summarily assesses the damage, defines the risks, the nature of the explosive, etc. Last part, after a new incursion into the destroyed places and new images of the ruins, a final testimony, that of a higher authority, police chief, officer, mayor, minister, politician, who distances himself from the event in its strict sense and relates it to a general framework, for example that of international terrorism, relativizing, rationalizing, calibrating. In this way, in 3 stages and through 3 emblematic figures, the victim, the savior, the dignitary, the event is shown both in the full scope of its horror and explained in its logic. There is nothing irrational. Viewers are both moved by the effects of the violence and impressed by the good performance of the authorities. The information, constructed in this way, addresses the emotion and sensitivity of the viewers, but also their reason. A script like this allows the narration to work before any event of any kind. And viewers digest all the news. And all this regardless of the explanations proposed by the authorities during the third testimony of those described. Whether they are true or false matters little. The news thus proposes a universe in which everything is true, and also its opposite. What counts is the logic of the filmed speech that will allow visual emphasis on the most dramatic, the most violent, the bloodiest images. Television is an art and the affirmation of beautiful inaccurate things, the very goal of its art. Change the order of things. The culmination of this logic, reasonable approaches, delusional images, is reached in certain broadcasts that aim to explain the great political issues of today, Algeria, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, the Gulf, Cuba, Bosnia, etc. While the comment, oral, narrated face-to-face by a journalist, is serious, historical, serious, the images parade at a delirious pace, punctuated by super-dramatic music, and evoke nothing more than, exclusively, the most unbearable suffering. Women, children, old people, are shown in detail from all angles of pain, war violence, massacres, fires. In short, a monstrous juxtaposition of Fernand Braudel and Cecil B. DeMille, the tone of the essay with a spaghetti western background. The height of film teratology and the genuine example of the current restlessness of certain television in information matters. It also usually happens that an event is expected, scheduled, planned, with a fixed date. In that case, the staging prevails over everything else. Not only in the organization of television discourse, but also in the development of the event itself. The logic of television then prevails over that of life. Retransmission is set, it is true, what is real is what is false. Because the needs of a good television staging force us to modify the order of things, even the most intimate ones. Umberto Eco, evoking the televised broadcast of the wedding of the Crown Prince of England with Lady Diana, and, in particular, a procession of horsemen, indicated how far concern for staging can go among certain producers of televised information. The who have seen television have pointed out that the color of the dung of the courtship horses was neither dark, nor brown, nor uneven, but was always and everywhere presented in a pastel tone, between beige and yellow, very bright, so that it would not attract attention and harmonize with the soft colors of women's dresses. Soon we could read, although we would have imagined it anyway, that the real horses had been fed for a week with special pills so that their droppings had a telegenic color. Nothing should be left to chance, everything was at the service of broadcasting. Myths and ravings of the media. For 6 months, between August 1990 and February 199, the world's attention focused on the Gulf crisis. World leaders, the media, and citizens followed day after day the dramatic evolution of the most serious problem in international politics since the end of the Second World War that led, as of January 17, 1991, to a major conflict. In many countries, Western Europe, the Arab Muslim world, the United States, daily life was shaken. In some cases due to the fear of possible attacks, in others, due to the desire to sentimentally accompany the opposing forces in the conflict. The economy, transport, leisure, suffered a strong shake. To such an extent that analysts of political life considered this serious crisis as a cut between 2 eras. It not only marked the true end of the Cold War, but also undoubtedly the threshold of a new political era, whose limits are not yet clearly perceived, but which is clearly characterized by 2 or 3 key facts. First, the end of the bipolar world. That is to say, the end of a world dominated militarily by the rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union. The Russia that has succeeded the latter has recognized for its part that the immensity of its internal problems forces it to concentrate on them and to desert the multiple open fronts on the planet. Second characteristic, on the ruins of this ideological collapse of the East now stands the hegemony of a system of thought, economic ultraliberalism, which has the vocation to spread throughout the planet and occupy, in particular in the East, but also in the South, the space that has been left free by state socialism. Third feature, a new type of trade war pits the 3 richest poles on Earth against each other, North America, United States, Canada, and Mexico, the European Union, EU, and the Japan-Asia-Pacific area, despite the financial crises that have been shaking the region since the summer of 1999. Finally, it should be noted that all these characteristics appeared at the end of a decade, that of the 80s, whose dominant particularities would have been the globalization of the economy and the eruption of new computer technologies, which has shocked, through the innervation of all networks, to the spheres of power, economy, production, and culture. Such a mutation is itself a change of era and makes all other models comparatively old, further relegating the poor countries of the South to the most distant periphery of the rich and developed world. The set of these political, scientific, economic, and cultural ruptures has not yet been thought, in the strictest sense of the term. Until now, no philosopher or political scientist has entered into a precise description, into a definition of its profiles and its consequences in all fields. In the first place, because the change is taking place at the very moment that we are realizing it. We gallop on the back of this great change, but we do not know where it is leading us and when it will stop. What will be the political, economic, social, cultural, and ecological landscape of the planet when this formidable earthquake at the end of the century ends? No one can describe it right now. In such circumstances, one of the questions that can be raised is related to the role of the mass media in this context. The best way to answer this question is to analyze the way in which the media have reflected and affected this extraordinary shock that the Gulf War meant. As can be seen in every media storm, over-information entails disinformation. The avalanche of news, often empty, broadcast in real-time hysterics the viewer and gives him the illusion that he is being informed. But the distance shows that the CNN model is a hoax and confirms that being on the ground is not enough to know about an event. Since the beginning of the Gulf War, viewers have felt great dissatisfaction with the images of the conflict offered by television networks. Something fundamental was missing, the war itself, which had paradoxically become invisible. Replaced by a whole series of disappointing substitutes, of mediocre substitutes, archived documents, models, maps, narrations of military experts, debates, telephone testimonies, in short, everything, except images of the war itself, blind spot of a gigantic device set in motion precisely to film her in close-up. What had happened then? Why this unsatisfied expectation of the public? Was television lying, once again? In fact, the viewer's frustration stemmed from a great misunderstanding that stems from 2 recent television practices, as spectacular as they are contradictory. First of all, the habits created during the coverage of some great international political events that took place in 1989, and, more precisely, 3 of them, Beijing in June, Berlin in November, Romania in December. When each of these completely unforeseen situations breaks out today, its enormous importance does not raise any doubt when it comes to disrupting the programming of television networks for the sake of the great passion of viewers. Each of these events contains such a wealth of emotions, dramas, and tragedies, that it constituted in itself a kind of complete spectacle. Hope, violence and death, under the captive gaze of the viewer, unfolded for their part in a political framework of great simplicity, of elemental Manichaeism, the struggle of the good against evil, of the just cause against infamy. The struggle for this moving information spectacle masked a capital fact, Due to these events, television prevailed over the other mass media and took the lead in the hierarchy of the media, dictating its rhythm, to the radio and the written press especially, forcing them to follow it, to give the same importance to the same facts, to arouse identical emotions. Thanks to the reduction in the volume of video image recording media, the autonomous flyaway system weighs less than 100 kilos, television became a truly lightweight medium from the end of the 1980s and, through the satellites of planetary range, rivaled radio and telephone in speed. Until now, this ability to focus the attention of the entire world had only been used for the coverage of major sporting events, Olympic Games, World Cups. From that moment it could be used to broadcast political situations. The televised information was in a position to deal with the events with the sports model, live and in real time. A situation could be discussed as it unfolded. The entire success of the cable news network, CNN, rests on this potential, which is already becoming widespread. But what in the sports field does not have great consequences? A football match takes place according to known rules of the game, the ball is the common thread of the match, following it is seeing the match, and its results do not admit any discussion at the end, presents fearsome risks when it comes to covering a political event in this way. Because describing an event live and in real time does not in any way allow the journalist to acquire the slightest perspective, give himself time to reflect, verify, simply understand what is happening before his eyes, he gropes, interprets, adorns. And, nolens volens, it misleads viewers. Conforming information under the model of sport, without knowing, by definition, the rules of the game of reality, is to confuse information and current affairs, journalism and testimony. And this leads to serious blunders, as was seen during the events in Beijing in June 1989 and, above all, during those in Romania in December 1989. On the other hand, with Soviet glasnost, the fall of the Berlin Wall and the fall of the Nicolae Ceausescu regime, television cameras were able to walk freely behind the old Iron Curtain, visiting the most forbidden places, the most unusual, prisons, hospices, police service headquarters, gulags, hospitals, morgues, showing the most conflictive situations, riots, clashes, repression, disorders. Accrediting the idea that the triumph of democracy was going to transform those countries, previously territories where secrecy and censorship prevailed, in glass buildings, with total transparency. In this way, it was suggested that the civic function of televised information consisted precisely in going through the appearance of things and revealing the true nature of society. Symbolic objects for a televised war. The viewers, attentive and strongly moved by the conflict in the Gulf, undoubtedly did not fail to perceive that, throughout this tragedy, three objects, with widely identified shapes, prevailed over the others. First of all, the gas mask. As if emerging from the depths of fear, this object gives its wearer a hymenopteron face, a disturbing insect with large bulging eyes and a monstrous filter mouth. Above all, it recalls the ancestral obsession with an invisible and odorless death, a deadly mist that shrouds men and weapons with its poisonous shroud to melt them into a magma with an identical and terrifying face. From this point of view, the gas mask has legitimately moved viewers who are aware that another of the great characteristics of our time is demassification, the crisis of mass ideologies and the search by everyone, individuals and communities, for identifying and markedly distinctive traces. In this sense, the gas mask was perceived as a frightening object, which threatened to abolish the new individual and send him back to the undifferentiated space of faceless, will-less masses, obedient to the orders of a distant and omniscient hierarchy. That the use of the mask was declared mandatory because of the threats exercised by an autocratic and single-party regime confirmed the idea that it was an object that came from the past, from before democracy, from before the liberation of man. But, at the same time, the mask fascinated because it was seen the face of what threatens democracies that implode by the hypertrophy of the media, the anonymous and multiple face of the citizen surveyed, that abstract being that fascinates today powers and dictates their conduct. The gas mask, an emblematic object of the Gulf War, will torment the minds of citizens for a long time because it recalls the horrors of the recent past, but also because it announces the new dangers that threaten the individual surrounded, besieged, attacked by the media. Another heavily mediated object, the North American FL-17A stealth bomber, called the Stealth. Emerging from the misty space of mystery that had enveloped it for years, this secret plane had already been used for the first time during the invasion of Panama in December 1989. But, in the strict sense of the expression, it had not been seen. In the Gulf it was possible to perceive it for the first time and verify that it did not resemble any other flying object. First of all, because of its original, unpublished form, one would think it was taken from a Batman comic, which became a captivating object for the viewer, more because of its form than because of its technical performance and its warrior prowess. This shape, as is known, is angular and triangular. No curve, no roundness, unlike all other flying or circulating objects that, subjected to multiple types of aerodynamic tests, based on research on shapes that offer the least resistance to the air, have adopted, thanks also to ethological research, the profile of animals, fish and birds, especially, that have known how to mold their bodies to ideally penetrate a fluid. The Stealth repeals that law of dynamic design for the first time. He does not seek speed, but invisibility. Not of any kind, because it is not from the human eye that it tries to hide, even if it flies only at night and is painted strictly black, but from electronic detection instruments, from radars. In this way, its strange line, bicornuated and angular, was designed to leave as little trace as possible on enemy radars. And of course numerous new materials are integrated into its manufacture, in particular very high-resistance ceramics and plastics, always with the same objective. But what impresses most is its shape. Because it distances itself from a general law of design, which the Bauhaus school ended up imposing throughout the century, an object must strictly have the form of its function. The rest is flourish, impurity. The stealth bomber does not possess the form of its function. It has the shape of its radar echo. In this sense, it is as fascinating to locating instruments as a trompe-l'oeil painting is to the human gaze. But it poses problems for creators of design as exciting as anamorphosed representations arouse admirers of certain painters. It is known, for example, that in his painting The Ambassadors, Hans Holbein the Younger represented an elongated, pale, strange form, which does not become visible except with the help of a mirror placed on the canvas, it is discovered. So it is the skull of a dead man. Certain objects, notably weapons, are now made of materials and shapes that allow them to safely pass through metal detectors at airports and other specially controlled locations. The invisibility towards surveillance or detection machines conditions the shapes and materials of the object, and no longer its function. Unless we consider the positive function, what the object is for, to be less important than the negative function, it is necessary that the object exists, not be destroyed. In this case, the form is the life condition for the object, its function becomes secondary. While surveillance machines are multiplying everywhere, video surveillance, sophisticated home alarm systems, stealthy speeding radars, spy satellites with super powerful zooms. Can we imagine the next appearance of stealth objects, virtually able to escape these controls, and what would make this feature its main quality, without worrying about having a harmonious aesthetic for the human eye? Anyway, the third object that attracted the attention of viewers of the Gulf War was undoubtedly the Patriot anti-missile missile. In this case, what is surprising in the first place is the non-heroic form of ingenuity. A battery of pipes, banally arranged in the manner of the old Stalin organs of the Second World War. Nothing reminiscent of the futuristic panoply of George Lucas films, in the style of Star Wars. A minimalist, elementary and crude form of manufacturing, as if in this case, unlike F-11, the effectiveness of the function had prevailed over any other consideration. Fascinating object for its operation and for its speed, although it is known today that the vast majority of the patriots missed their target, and that this device is far from being as effective as has been said, that allow it to be directly linked to a spy satellite that detects the place from which a missile is going to be launched, preheating it before its launch at very high temperatures betrays its position, and informs it of its departure, its speed, and its trajectory. The Patriot, with the information received, establishes its own speed and trajectory to intercept the missile at an exact point and destroy it. Literally futuristic object, since it is the result of research undertaken in the United States in the framework of the so-called Star Wars program, and for a long time it was believed to be the work of the delirious imagination of a crazy wise man. But all the qualities of the Patriot, we could say that they do not match its form, arte povera type, more high-tech and stark than any other, to the point that it could be thought that it is an object still unfinished, in the experimentation phase. Or to a Soviet style without design aesthetic, like certain space devices at the Baikonur base. In this sense, the Patriot is linked to the family of raw forms, as opposed to baked forms, of which the underground car parks with rough formwork pillars, interchanges of the suburbs, the DIY buggies, the Max-Mad panoply. That is to say, the universe of forms in which modernity is combined with poverty, violence with nudity, and where the essential thing is to exist, to survive. 3 key items, the gas mask, the stealth bomber, the Patriot, that have survival as the bond that binds them together. The survival of the device itself, stealth, or, in the case of the other two, that of those who use them. As if, in this century that is ending, surviving was already the reasonable goal. As if simply living had become a luxury. Do these 3 objects, which undoubtedly still remain in the minds of citizens, translate an overly pessimistic view of the world? It could be guessed yes. Because all 3 belong, on the other hand, to a wounded and unprecedented universe, a world in which multi-sensory display and interaction devices are developing and forcing us to look at our surroundings with new eyes. Thanks to the progress of digital imagery, virtual environments can already be created. The synthetic images point to the Patriot or the stealth, but also to the laser-guided bombs that were profusely shown on television during the Gulf War to support the idea, which was ultimately shown to be false, of the surgical attack of punishments very precisely given to exact targets. Brain-enhanced machines already endowed with vision, thanks to the inclusion of integrated circuits, are multiplying. Their proliferation poses new problems for people, such as the perception of what is real, and shocks them in many ways. The very frontiers of reality are crossed to limits that produce a kind of vertigo to reason. Immersing us, through vision and sensations, in a virtual medium created thanks to synthetic images, the new techniques modify our perception of the world and shake our most solid references. Is the name Patriot itself the result of chance? Isn't it about telling us that, in the midst of so many transformations, it is convenient to stick to a safe value, patriotism? This may be the great current mutation that should put citizens on their guard, because in the face of so many disorders, reason wavers, and some are tempted to cling to empty ideas, even magical thinking. Is it by chance that in our time, with all its great technology, horoscopes and games of chance flourish everywhere, and that astrology and palmistry are so successful? Faced with the unusual advance of scientific progress, the citizen, perplexed, is tempted by regressive thinking. The return to safe and archaic values, patriotism, and its excesses, nationalism, chauvinism, religious fundamentalism, neoliberal fanaticism. The Gulf War also sparked exasperated passions that testified to the depth of modern helplessness, more serious than ever. Because the citizen has lost in a short time the very sense of his cultural dimension. Culture appeared as a kind of flaky pastry made up of 4 superimposed layers: cultivated culture, ethnological culture, scientific culture, and mass culture. Cultivated culture is what has traditionally been designated by definition as culture, that is, the sum of historical knowledge in the arts from Greece and Rome to the present day, classified by age, by school, and by authors. This culture is no longer owned by anyone or almost anyone. Ethnological, folkloric or popular culture is all the knowledge accumulated over the course of history by tradition, from the lives of the saints, to popular festivals, peasant life, home recipes, the art of healing with plants, artisan trades, etc. This culture, full in past times and for millennia in the rural world, we no longer possess once we have become urbanites. Scientific culture is the one that dominates our time, the one that organizes our time, the one that determines the fundamental changes that we live and of which, however, we ignore almost everything. Who knows why an image forms on your TV? Why does an electric lamp light up? Why does an elevator rise? How does a car engine work? What is a retrovirus? Mysteries. Of the four components of culture, three escape the great majority of citizens who, paradoxically, have never been officially so well cultivated since, on average, they have spent more years than their parents and all their ancestors in schools, institutes and universities. What culture dominates? Mass culture, which widely despises them, teaches nothing, and is by definition ephemeral, is destined to disappear into oblivion. And at the heart of mass culture, the culture of television. Nodal space in which the imaginary of our time is formed. Such is the sad cultural panorama, at the moment in which we live a great mutation. On the eve of the outbreak of hostilities in the Gulf at the beginning of 1991, many viewers thought that the television networks would repeat the deployments of Beijing, Berlin, and Romania, without their mistakes. That would show the drama, the violence, and the suffering of this war. The teams had had time to prepare, to organize all the technical montages so that on the announced date, viewers could follow the war live. A kind of promise of strong images floated in the air, capable of satisfying both necrophilia of television as the voyeurism of the public. Journalists and television viewers had simply forgotten one detail: since the beginning of the 1980s, no Western power involved in a conflict has allowed the press, let alone television, to see the war up close. Neither the United Kingdom when the reconquest of the Malvinas in 1982, nor the United States when the occupation of Grenada in 1983, nor France in Chad in 1988, nor the United States during the invasion of Panama in 1989, allowed journalists to follow the events. No image was seen of all these wars, or in any case some shots under the control of the armies. The lesson of Vietnam has been assimilated by the general staffs. Nothing to allow the shock images of the human suffering of war to erode the morale of the rearguard and give an abhorrent impression of the army in the field. All this was known, and until now it worked as an assumption. The general staffs were content, as in Grenada or Panama, to prohibit the presence of the press in the perimeter of the actions to better protect them from the risk of combat, which did not prevent the U.S. Marines from killing the Spanish journalist Juvencio Rodriguez, a photographer for El País, during the invasion of Panama, because he was interested in the details from too close up. In the Gulf conflict, these censorship practices became explicit rules. For example, the French army, using a 1944 ordinance, has already officially prohibited journalists from being in contact with fire. The news directors of the French television networks, public and private, agreed that the images from the front would be filmed by operators from the Army Film and Press School, ACPA, and supervised before their broadcast by SERPA, which directed then General Germanos. American journalists, subjected to rules imposed by the Pentagon, almost as severe as the French, denounced their government and declared, "These restrictions amount to a policy of censorship for the first time in the history of modern warfare." In fact, it was not the first time that these types of regulations had been put into practice, but it was indeed the first time that they had been publicly admitted by the Pentagon. In this way, the networks that had placed dozens of journalists in the region, each of the four American networks, ABC, CBS, NBC, and CNN, had sent more than 100, with a cost of $5 million per week, ran out of pictures of the front. The Gulf War remained invisible, and viewers, accustomed to frantic coverage of events in the East, expressed great disappointment. After the first 2 days of continuous information, the networks found that they did not have much to offer live and that the excess of telephone calls to correspondents without information, who confessed to having to watch CNN to know what was happening, had ended up tiring viewers and contributed to further degrade the image of the journalist in the minds of citizens. The CNN model, which so fascinates certain television professionals, appeared as a trick. Finding himself on the ground, weighted down with tens of kilos of electronic material, frequently immobilized in a studio or in a hotel room, prevented the journalist from moving around in search of information, and reduced him, in the best of all, to the role of simple witness. He then confirmed, and the viewers with him, what Fabrizio, the character in Stendhal's Parma Charterhouse, did at Waterloo, being there was not enough to know. CNN reporter John Holliman, who was teamed up with the network's two best journalists, Bernie Shaw and the famous Peter Arnett, would become famous for being the first to announce, on the night of January 17, 1981, the beginning of the bombing of Baghdad. He did it by phone and looking from the window of his hotel room, without knowing precisely who was bombing, with what means, on what targets and what was the nature of the Iraqi response. In short, no information, except what any inhabitant of Baghdad could equally have given by picking up the phone. The North-South battle in the information. How is the imbalance between North and South reflected in the current international media context? This is a problem that was present at the center of the intellectual debates of the early 1970s. It was the great battle that essayists like Armand Matterlart, Herbert Schiller, and many others developed around the New World Information and Communication Order Project, the NICO. The matter was officially debated within UNESCO, where Nobel Peace Prize winner Sean McBride produced a famous report that is still quite valid, and in which he demonstrated that the information imbalance in favor of the North was of such magnitude, which threatened the uniqueness and diversity of cultures, particularly those of the South. In any case, it seemed important to us to raise the question of the ownership of the media in order to know where the messages came from, who prepared them, what meaning and what consequences their reception could entail in the spirits and minds of those who sent them. They received. We were concerned about the problem of the manipulation of the people of the South by the Northern media. The battle was lost. UNESCO abandoned this debate and accepted the idea that cross-border information flows were a necessity that was imposed by the international market and by world reality itself. Ultimately, it was admitted that a kind of Darwinism could be accepted in the field of communication. Those who had managed to form dominant broadcasting groups won, they had conquered the right to broadcast and, therefore, that reality had to be accepted as the law of life. The NICO disappeared from the reflections, and no one spoke again during the 1980s of the problem of the North-South imbalance. Is there a North American cultural neo-imperialism? The issue came back to the fore in the early 1990s due to the GATT discussions, later transformed into the World Trade Organization. The position of the Europeans against the domination of the United States was quite close to that of the countries of the South. Unexpectedly, conservative ministers, such as France's culture minister at the time, could be seen speaking of American cultural imperialism, as a far-left militant would have done 20 years earlier. In short, it was suddenly remembered that this imperialism could really be verified. Some figures clearly reflected that dominance. Already in 1980 we observed, for example, that 4 out of every 5 messages broadcast in the world came from the United States. In 1990 the situation was similar, especially with regard to programs. Audiovisual, television broadcasts, films projected in theaters or videos for sale in stores, which came mainly from the United States. Another dimension of domination is constituted by its proximity to the interests of the powerful. When, for example, an event has to do with an image-producing center, in this case the United States, the information becomes important automatically. We can remember an article in the French press in which a journalist commented, whenever something happens in the world, immediately connect with CNN, which is the current Our Father. "What is it that we can observe at this moment in Haiti?" said the journalist with great irony. CNN constantly refers to Haiti, where there are 6 North American frigates keeping watch. From time to time they quote the Canadian, but we, the French, also have a ship in the area and they never quote us. This was meant to point out that when CNN talks about something that happens in the world, it does so from the point of view of US interests. This is a very important question when it comes to analyzing the information that circulates in the world, to the extent that the producers of the images are fundamentally Anglo-Saxon. When giving importance to information, we start from the principle of observing beforehand whether or not Western interests are threatened. New forms of domination, the Triad of the North. Although the general situation in the field of information and communication seemed to have remained stable since the 1970s, the situation changed substantially 2 decades later. Until then there was a single dominant pole in the technological, economic, and content aspects. But, as in other fields, it was replaced by a kind of triad made up of the United States, Japan, and the European Union. The technology in the world of information and communication for outreach to the general public became fundamentally Japanese. The capital acquired a large European component, appearing, as one of the main communication groups in the world, the German Bertelsmann. The Europeans established themselves in the large North American communication holding companies. This was the case of the French Thomson, or of companies such as Rupert Murdoch's News Corporation, British, although he is American by nationality and Australian by birth, and whose Sky television channels are British with planetary dimensions and aspiration. As far as the contents and programs are concerned, the predominance in the elaboration was from the United States, even though they did not always belong to that country. Some Japanese companies bought large American film companies. Thus, Columbia was absorbed by Sony, Universal by Matsushita. French companies also moved in this direction. Credit Lyonnais took over the ownership of film production companies in Hollywood. Consequently, a diversification took place, where at the beginning of the 1970s the North Americans dominated exclusively, the 3 poles of the triad. In any case, control remained in the North. Information as merchandise. The first lesson from the 1970s is that we must abandon that absolute paranoia that led us to believe that a kind of central committee dominated the world of information and communication, like a puppet manipulator from the shadows. In the times of triumphant neoliberalism, the information sector constitutes a market in which everything is negotiated and where everything has a price. The proof is that in the GATT meetings it was viewed with the same standard as trade in automobiles, steel, or wheat. And in the case of products that have a market, there is information with more value than others. To get the most profitable information, you need to know where it is and capture it, which is difficult. And, for example, to the extent that events can take place anywhere in the world, the ideal would be to have cameras everywhere. The resulting phenomenon is that there are more and more television networks and at the same time they are becoming weaker on their own. For example, before in Spain there was only one television station with 2 channels, and it was very powerful, as is logical. There are several now, but each one is less powerful than the one was, and has far fewer means to send out teams to keep an eye out for what's going on anywhere. Who can afford this mobility and presence? Only the so-called image agencies. If we focus on the televised information sector, on an international scale there are only 2 image agencies, in addition to CNN, that dominate the world market and that broadcast the same audiovisual material to the whole world, Visnews and WTN. Image agencies know that profitable news is like gold deposits, it only happens in a few places, not everywhere. The profitable information deposits are those that have 3 dimensions, violence, blood, and death. And any information that has them is automatically sold. If it can also be transmitted live and in real time, then it can reach a planetary diffusion, because it is exactly the type of information that televisions want. The domain of the triad in figures. Let's return to the hegemony of what we have dominated, the triad that dominates the media. Its members, the United States, the European Union and Japan, represent 70% of the world's gross product, which in itself constitutes an abuse of domination. Now, if we only consider the production of information goods and services, the level of control with respect to the entire planet rises to 90%. In this sense, it is interesting to collect some figures published by UNESCO already in 1990. Of the 300 most important information and communication companies, 144 were North American, 80 from the European Union, and 49 Japanese, that is, the vast majority. Of the top 75 press companies, 39 were North American, 25 European and 8 Japanese. Of the top 88 IT firms, 39 were North American, 19 European, and 7 Japanese. Of the top 158 communication material manufacturing companies, 75 were from the US, 36 from Europe and 33 from Japan. And the rest, when it occurs, doesn't belong to the South either, but to countries like Canada, Australia, Switzerland, Austria, Taiwan, South Korea, that is, to the North after all, regardless of their location purely geographical. We can add that, in 1998, the situation is similar, and even more seriously unbalanced, with respect to what these UNESCO figures reflected. On the other hand, in 1990 the information and communication economy represented a global turnover of $1,185 billion. Of this amount, $500 billion belonged to the United States, $264 billion to the European Union, $253 billion to Japan and only $168 billion to the rest of the world. The domination to which we have referred is clearly reflected in these magnitudes. If we add the figures of the advertising companies that belong to the world of communication, the imbalance would be even stronger in favor of the North. Except for some advertising companies in Latin America, Mexico, Argentina, Brazil, and India, there are no large advertising companies in the South. Some experts predict that, by the year 2000, in the 8 or 10 industrial sectors of the developed economy, particularly in computing and telecommunications, there will be no more than 7 or 8 networks of multinational companies that will dominate 75% of the world market. Obviously, these 7 or 8 networks will belong to companies from the North and, essentially, from the triad, because what is being observed is precisely a series of mergers and concentrations in this field. 80% of the integration operations are dealings with Japanese companies with Europeans, Europeans with Americans, Americans with Japanese. The revolution of interactive communications. The world of interactive telecommunications is one of those that has been most strongly shaken by the great maneuvers that have shaken the world economy in recent years. For example, when the United States realized that Japan was becoming capable of achieving world leadership in communications technology, especially in the computer field, the Clinton-Gore presidential team launched the project to build the Great Communication Highways. These highways consist of the interconnection of 3 communication devices, the telephone, the computer, and the television, carrying out this in 2 directions, in what is called interactive connection. In this way, according to some experts, the field of the cultural and communication industry could undergo a great transformation, in addition to becoming, at the beginning of the 21st century, the main market, a market of $3.5 billion. Until recently it was thought that this would be difficult to achieve and that, in any case, it would only be achieved if all developed countries were equipped with fiber optic cabling. But at this time, thanks to advances in digital data compression and decompression, the telephone and coaxial cables that currently broadcast cable television can already be used as vectors, as carriers of information. It is enough to equip the existing networks with a series of equipment, modem, that allow this compression and decompression. In this way, a large number of messages can be sent simultaneously using the same means of transport. This is the origin of the cascade of concentrations and alliances that we are witnessing. For example, the agreement signed by the world's leading communications group, Time Warner, with US West, one of the largest regional telephone companies in the United States. Or the association of the giant ITT with the cable operator Dietcom, the most important in California. Or the projects of the tycoon Rupert Murdoch, who already dominates satellite television in much of Europe, especially in the United Kingdom, and who is currently considering the control of satellite television on the Asian continent. Or, to cite another case, the alliance between Bell Atlantic, Maine, United States Telephone Company, with TCI, the main cable operator in that country. In shareholding and financial terms, this was at the time the most important merger on the New York Stock Exchange, $23,000 million. What we see is that the telephony giants associate with the television giants, Hertzian transmission or by cable, or with the owners of computer companies, to try to obtain the aforementioned triple connection, telephone, computer, TV. All this has as its objective the creation of superhighways of telecommunications and the promotion of the new kingdom of the Internet, allowing, theoretically, that the citizen has what Marshall McLuhan described, when he defined communications, as extensions of each of our five senses. In fact, what is being pursued today is that each home can have a screen that allows them to consult, send messages, document themselves, watch movies, read CD-ROM, take courses at home, according to each one's wishes. A screen that is also used for teleshopping, consulting directly the sales catalogs, which makes it possible to select exactly the film that one wants to see, or request video programs, television programs already broadcast the day before or 10 years before. A screen through which it is possible to access, via the Internet, an immense wealth of knowledge through video, the encyclopedias on digital video disc, and that at the same time allows visiophony, that is, talking on the phone looking at the person with whom you are communicating, that is used for teleconferencing, that is, to connect several people who discuss the same topic, without the need for them to travel. A screen that is used to access virtual reality and for video games. In short, a screen that is capable of fulfilling all these functions at the same time and does so with high-definition images. High-definition war. Another of the technological battles that took place in the early 1990s was that of high-definition television, 250 lines. 3 models of different origins and technologies were proposed. The Japanese was analog type and was ready. It had the drawback, in order to be able to impose itself, that it made all the existing infrastructure obsolete, as it was not compatible with domestic televisions. The Europeans, for their part, were working on a project that has since been abandoned. Its high-definition television technology allowed the maintenance of the existing park, although, as is logical, it would not be possible to see on current televisions, and in high definition, programs broadcast as such that would be seen on the current 625-line television. High definition is twice as sharp and is supposed to be as sharp as a photograph or slide. But the Americans, who were far behind in terms of high-definition television, realized that only if they were able to master this technology could they lead the telecommunications highways in the future. In this way, they imposed, through the Federal Communications Commission, a series of regulations that included the creation of a digital television that would be transportable by cable and that would be compatible with the existing park. The Americans managed to achieve their goal, and it will finally be the North American standard for high-definition television that will prevail throughout the world. It can also be noted that another of the current bets is to extend the cell phone throughout the planet. The maneuvers and strategies described, as has become clear, not only have to do with communication but in general with industry and the economy. A great industrial country of the future has to be, from now on, a country present in these sectors. We are witnessing the global dismantling of classical industrial society. The new industrial society, according to the thesis of the North American Vice President, Albert Gore, stands on the basis of the new information and communication technologies. The triumph of multimedia. Will the new multimedia battle end in a defeat for Europe, as serious as the one it experienced in its confrontation with the United States in terms of cinema and television? As will be remembered, the conclusion of the GATT agreements in December 1993 was marked by confrontations between Europe and the United States in the audiovisual field. The aim was to ensure that the extension of the GATT agreements to services would leave out the audiovisual, to the extent that cultural creations are not a product like the others. If this objective, which France and all European film professionals demanded, had been achieved, it would have been possible to speak of a cultural exception. But the vast majority of EU countries were hostile to the French position, and even more so was the European Commission itself. Most of the European countries, whose film industries have practically disappeared, no longer had any national interest and did not want a confrontation with Washington. For its part, the Commission had been won over by neoliberal theses. Result, the audiovisual was incorporated, like the rest of the services, to the rules of the GATT, converted into the World Trade Organization, WTO. However, within these rules no agreement was reached between both parties. The United States periodically threatens to denounce the European Union, especially France, as guilty of practices of distortion of competition for its public aid to the film industry. Paradoxically, it is enough to take a look at the figures to verify that the United States is the most protectionist country in the world in this field, and that it imports less than 2% of its audiovisual consumption from abroad. On the other hand, the number of admissions in cinemas in the Europe of the 15 for American films increased between 1985 and 1994 from 400 to 520 million, increasing its market share from 56 to 76%. Tickets for European films, each on its own national market, fell in the same period from 177 to 89 million, that is, a drop in market share from 25 to 13%. The situation is very similar if we analyze television. Out of the 50 European free-to-air television networks, which excludes cable and encrypted networks, in 1993, American films accounted for 53% of programming, national films in their respective country 20% and non-national European films 23%. As with theatrical screening, there are significant differences between countries. American films account for only 12% of the total on Franco-German cultural channel Arte, but 91% on UK ITV. If analyzed by country and not by channel, France is the one that consumes the fewest American films, 0% compared to 72% for the Netherlands, 64% for the United Kingdom, 63% for Spain, 53% for Germany and 45% for Italy. European citizens know better the cultural production of the United States than that of their neighbors in the Union. This leads to the paradox of a European construction that would like to endow itself with a political dimension, but that, at the same time, only moves by the laws of the market. Because, in audiovisual matters, the law of the market always means more American films and, consequently, the creation of a European collective imaginary in which the only cultural references come from across the Atlantic. French intellectuals and creators are among the few who rise up on this fundamental question. The liberals reply that, under the cover of cultural concerns, a defense of economic interests is hidden. For Hollywood, indeed, it is not about anything else, which is why the North American negotiators are so obstinate. It is important to know that Hollywood obtained in 1995 a commercial surplus of more than $4,000 million in its relations with Europe, and that close to 56% of the turnover of American films comes from exports. Hollywood has a vital need for the European market. In 10 years, the commercial balance of European audiovisual with respect to the United States has deteriorated considerably. Losses were $500 million in 1985, and went from $4,000 million in 199, and it has meant for the European Union the disappearance about 250,000 jobs. For the United States, the audiovisual and film industry has become the first in terms of export capacity and the first provider of foreign exchange, ahead of the aerospace industry. For this reason, everything that stops the expansion of North American products is fought by the Department of Commerce in Washington, and by Jack Valenti, President of the Motion Pictures Association of America, MPAA. This is the case of the national measures of public financial support for audiovisual production, to which France dedicated 594 million francs in 1995, occupying the European leadership, and it is also the case of the European Directive Television Without Frontiers, adopted in 1989 and renegotiated at the level of the 15. This directive asks exhibitors to try whenever this is feasible and by appropriate means to reserve European productions a majority share of broadcast time. This is the document that the United States describes as a dangerous protectionist weapon. The explosion of the networks. But these battles around cinema and television are already minor compared to those that are being prepared in the field of multimedia. The formidable technological transformations of the last 2 decades have conditioned everything. The globalization of signal exchanges has undergone a fabulous acceleration. The information and communication revolution has entailed the explosion of the 2 true nervous systems of modern societies, the financial markets and the information networks. Data transmission at the speed of light, digitization of texts, images, and sounds, recourse to telecommunications satellites, the telephony revolution, the generalization of informatics in most of the production and service sectors, the miniaturization of computers and their interconnection on a planetary scale have gradually disrupted the order of the world. Hyperconcentrations and megamergers are multiplying, giving rise to global companies whose objective is the media conquest of the planet. In the United States, the new alliance between Microsoft and the NBC network, which belongs to General Electric, is trying to create an information chain on a planetary scale, MSNBC, which will compete with CNN, in turn recently intervened by Time Warner, the First World Communication Group. Rupert Murdoch also plans on these horizons and tries to merge its different continental networks, Fox, United States, Sky News, Europe, and Star TV, Asia, to create a global network, whose embryo, Fox News Service, was launched in 1996 in the United States and which is destined to its uptake around the world. The global audiovisual landscape is going to experience profound transformations caused by the eruption of digital television, which allows the use of the same channel to broadcast 8 times more channels at the same time. This potential offer of more than 100 themed chains has been called in France bouquet numérique. In the United States, DirecTV and USSB commercialize, via satellite, 2 digital offerings made up of 175 and 25 channels, respectively. In this field, the French company Thomson Multimedia has an indisputable advantage by supplying digital decoders and reception systems for DSS, DirecTV Operator, and USSB. On the other hand, it has signed contracts with Indonesia and Latin America. Worldwide sales of digital set-top boxes will grow from 20 million units in 1997 to 75 million in 1999. These prospects stimulate fierce competition between the United States, Europe, and Asia. The globalization of the markets, of the financial circuits and of all the immaterial networks has led to a radical deregulation, with all that this means of deterioration of the role of the state and of public services. It is the triumph of the company, its values, private interest, and market forces. What is freedom of expression? The very definition of freedom of expression is modified by the phenomena described, since it comes to be contrasted with a kind of freedom of commercial expression, presented as a new human right. Thus, there is a constant tension between the absolute sovereignty of the consumer and the will of the citizens guaranteed by democracy. The lobbying actions of interprofessional organizations, advertisers, advertising agencies, and the media, were structured around this demand for freedom of commercial expression during the debates that took place throughout the second half of the 1980s around to the new rules of television without borders in the field of the European Union. This freedom of commercial expression is inseparable from the old principle, invented by U.S. diplomacy, of the free flow of information, which has systematically ignored the problem of inequalities in communications. The doctrine of globalization puts freedom, in its strict sense, and freedom to trade in the same bag. Beginning in the second half of the 1980s, organizations such as the GATT, later converted into the WTO, became the main arena for debates on the new communications order. Considered as a service, the communication was the object of the direct confrontation between the European Union and the United States that has been described. The controversy is far from closed. The debate about the image industries is now joined by that of the information highways. The central idea is that of the need to let free competition flow in a free market, between free individuals, and it is expressed more or less in these terms: let the people see what they want. Let them free to judge. Let's trust your good sense. The only judgment that can be applied to a cultural product is that of success or failure in the market. Politicians do not hesitate to draw grandiose conclusions. Citizens must prepare for immersion in a world immersed in information. One time. The constraints and obstacles that editing, cinematography, the sound and audiovisual industry have suffered for a long time have ended. The bet of cyberspace. A question remains posed in the era of multimedia and cyberspace: are we going to witness, at the turn of the next millennium, the replacement of traditional media by this new miracle that the Internet represents? The number of personal computers in the world was in 1995 about 180 million, for a global population of almost 6 billion individuals. The possibility of Internet access was then limited to 3% of this population. In that year only a small number of rich countries, representing approximately 15% of the world's population, owned about 75% of the main telephone lines, without which the Internet cannot be accessed. More than half the planet had never used a telephone. In 47 countries there was only one line for every 100 inhabitants. In all of Black Africa there are fewer telephone lines than in the city of Tokyo or on the island of Manhattan in New York. In January 1996, it was estimated that 60% of the 10 million computers connected to the Internet belong to Americans. What is the dominant language in cyberspace? English. The social differences caused by the electronic age will soon be comparable to the inequalities resulting from the huge transnational financial investments. As for the economic forces that have taken over the networks, they tend to generalize, or worse still, to reinforce, the obstacles that prevent their access to the general population. The challenges are crucial for the future. The American program, the National Information Infrastructure, the Bible of William Clinton and his Vice President, Albert Gore, is clear: it is the function of free enterprise to ensure the development of the Information Highway Program. Martin Bangemann, European Commissioner for Telecommunications, also declared that the information society will only make its way if we let market forces unfold, and that the precondition must be the lifting of the current national monopolies in telecommunications and in infrastructures and networks. With unstoppable privatization, the networks, and especially the Internet, will be progressively freed from any demand for public service, to the benefit of private interests. No less than 26 telephone companies belonging to countries of the South will be put up for sale in the coming years. What will be the global rule for the future? Private ownership of all the structures that constitute the platform of cyberspace. Telecommunications giants such as AT&T, Microsoft, and MCI look forward to colonizing cyberspace by linking the notoriety of their names to the prowess of their marketing teams, which will bring them substantial means in the field of services to their customers and in your billing formulas. Where is the Internet used most intensively? In the commercial field. In October 1996, the commercial section included more than a quarter of all Internet servers, far surpassing the educational field, used by university institutions. And yet, the dream that the Internet embodies, that of universal and unhindered information exchange, is by no means dead. But as long as the transmission of knowledge follows the guidelines imposed by political economic power, this ideal of a information democracy will continue to reside in the realm of utopia. The new industrial informational complex. As he left the White House in 1961, General Eisenhower declared that the military-industrial complex constituted a threat to democracy. How not to perceive in 1998 the threat of a true cybernetic vassalage, when an authentic industrial informational complex is installed, and even when certain North American leaders speak of a virtual democracy with a tone that evokes mystical fundamentalism. For the first time in the history of the world, messages are permanently transmitted to the entire planet by means of television channels interconnected by satellite. Currently there are two planetary networks, CNN and MTV, but tomorrow there will be dozens, and they will shake up customs and cultures, ideas, and debates. And they will parasitize or short-circuit the voice of governments, as well as their conduct. Groups more powerful than the states carry out a raid on the most precious asset of democracies, information. Do they try to impose their law on the whole world or, on the contrary, do they want to open a new space of freedom for the citizen? Not CNN's Ted Turner, nor Rupert Murdoch of News Corporation Limited, nor Bill Gates of Microsoft, nor so many dozens of new masters of the world have ever submitted their projects to universal suffrage. Democracy has not been made for them. They are above their endless discussions in which concepts such as the public good, social welfare, freedom, and equality still retain their meaning. They have no time to lose. Their products and ideas cross the borders of a globalized market without obstacles. In their schemes, political power is nothing more than the third power. Ahead is economic power and media power, and when these are possessed, gaining political power is nothing more than a mere formality. The new technologies will only contribute to the perfection of democracy if we fight, first of all, against the caricature of a global society that the multinationals prepare for us, thrown into the open grave towards the construction of information highways. Originating, once again, from the United States, but happily taken up by the Europeans, these new preachings serve the interests of world capitalism. The new planetary aristocracy of finance, the media, computers, telecommunications, transport, and leisure jumps for joy and self-sufficiency, the engine of the knowledge society, of the intelligence revolution, is proclaimed. The global networks of companies rely on the information and communication highways to better manage their businesses, implement their strategies for conquest, develop and enforce their standards, and defend their acquired monopoly positions on markets. The same thing happens with financial capitalism. One of the greatest contributions of new technologies to the contemporary economy has been the acceleration of capital movements. In this context, the techno-utopia of the information society serves the new ruling class on a planetary level to affirm and make them accept globalization, that is, the total liberalization of all markets on a world scale. According to the new masters of the world, the information society brings with it new forms of deregulation beyond the states. They demand that any regulation be left exclusively to the global market. No one can say that Europe suffers from a lack of talent. What it still lacks is a strong and shared political will to support them by all means, quotas, or exceptions to free trade, for sectors such as culture. More abundant community credits, ability to say no to the United States whenever necessary. War conflicts and manipulation of minds. In recent years, the globalization of information, its instantaneity and spectacularization, have radically modified the treatment of armed conflicts. The Bible, with the Book of Joshua, and Homer's Iliad were probably the first reports on ancient warfare. Telling what happens in a bloody conflict is an activity as old as the world, but the mass media have only existed since the mid-19th century. From the Crimean War to the Gulf War, the evolution of jurisprudence has allowed military authorities to better control information. The study of war manuals teaches us how notions such as propaganda, psychological warfare, disinformation, etc., which have transformed the relationship between war and the media. The telegraph and photography. Everything changes around 1880, when mass newspapers appear as a result of a double technical revolution, the invention of the linotype and the rotary press. On the other hand, the press incorporated two important inventions in terms of communication, the telegraph and photography, which allowed access to distant information in a short time. By increasing its global reach, the circulation of newspapers could also be increased. Newspapers in the second half of the 19th century began sending war correspondents to conflicts. But combat also changed with the development of the industrial age and the appearance of new war technologies, among them the military use of the telegraph, and new weapons, repeating rifle, machine gun, steel and breech-loading cannon, military train, armored vehicles, airplanes, etc. Crimea 1854, First photos. The first photographs, technique of the industrial age, used as a means of information, and not for military use, were those of the Crimean War 1854 to 1856. In them you see essentially static objects, such as fortifications, trenches, or dead soldiers, but practically no combatants in motion or in full battle. Photography was widely developed in the U.S. during the 1861 to 1865 War of Secession, from which millions of clichés were taken. It was, in fact, a widely photographed conflict, which increased public interest. The same thing happened with the Franco-German War of 1870, with the revolutionary insurrection of the Paris Commune 1870 and, later, with the Boer War in South Africa 1899 to 1902. The mass press used photography extensively, but presenting essentially still scenes, with motionless soldiers. The wars in Cuba and the Philippines at the end of the 19th century 1895 to 1898 were conflicts that the American and Spanish press covered in a very important way. It was the first time that the cinematograph, newly invented by the brothers Louis and Auguste Lumière, echoed an armed conflict in its own way. The cinema arrived in Havana in 1896, 2 years before the end of the war in Cuba, at the hands of Gabriel Vayer, operator of the Lumière brothers. With a Lumière camera he recorded a series of scenes of military maneuvers, where the warlike atmosphere was captured. That existed then in the Cuban capital. For the U.S., this war responded to the Manifest Destiny project and its expansionist policy. William Randolph Hearst, the great patron of the American press, the character that Orson Welles immortalized in his film Citizen Kane, mobilized all his newspapers to provoke the intervention of the United States in Cuba. An anecdote sums up the power of the written press at that time. They say that the tycoon sent a correspondent to Havana and that he, seeing from there that everything was calm, sent Hearst a telegram saying that there was no war and that he was returning to the United States. Hearst replied with a telegram, "Stay. Send me illustrations and texts, I send you the war." Then the explosion of the battleship Maine in Havana took place, and the U.S. took the opportunity to declare war on Spain. It is the first contest where the exceptional influence of the new media is appreciated. The press launched a massive campaign to mobilize public opinion. William McKinley's government was practically forced to declare it. Also at this time, the U.S. produced films based on the war in Cuba, such as the naval battle of Santiago Bay, to show the might of the U.S. fleet. In fact, about that conflict, after the invention of the cinematograph 89, there are no filmed images. Only those of that reconstruction carried out in North American studios. At that time they were spread as if they were documentary images, when in reality there was no camera filming the battles. Mexico 1911, Cinema in Action. Similarly, the Mexican Revolution 1911 to 1920 mobilized the big media, reporters from around the world, photographers and, for the first time, the cinematographer. The Mexican Revolution is the first war filmed live. Newsreel cameramen and documentary filmmakers, including Raoul Walsh, directly shot scenes of the revolution and its main protagonists, Pancho Villa and Emiliano Zapata. During the First World War 1914 to 1918, Western public opinion began to follow military events with interest, thanks to the fact that the information arrived quickly and in visual format. The military itself used aerial photography to identify enemy positions before they were bombed. Until then, the press acted with its hands free, and the first conflict in which a true disagreement between the interests of a state and freedom of information appears is the First World War. It will verify that the first victim of a war is the truth. Hostilities break out in August 1914, and all the newspapers claim that it will be a summer military outing. The French were convinced that they would enter Berlin before Christmas. And the Germans thought they would do the same in Paris in just as much time. That atmosphere of enthusiasm and unconsciousness is created by the newspapers, which become organs of propaganda and compete in nationalist hysteria. Keep in mind that it is the first war in which all the combatants are literate, they know how to read, write, and count. Primary education has been compulsory in all European countries since the last third of the 19th century. The school, and the study of national history, have made them patriots. They have mostly converted them into convinced nationalists. Some theorists say that geography is for making war, but, in that case, it must be added that history is used to make warriors. And the confrontation of 14 to 18 is the first in which the confrontation between this new type of combatants takes place. In this environment, the press has the easy way out, creates enthusiasm for the war and makes believe in a near victory. This conflict is going to lead the German and French governments to take extremely severe measures with respect to the media. The new censorship. For the first time, governments consider that the state of war authorizes them to control the content of the press and, for example, they form groups of specialized information officers, who are the only ones authorized to contact journalists. The press does not have the opportunity to report properly and, among other impediments, reporters cannot enter the trenches until the end of 1917. For 3 years, the trenches are practically invisible, they only exist in the accounts of the ex-combatants. To overcome these difficulties, major newspapers choose to appoint retired officers as front-line correspondents. One begins to speak of the manipulation of minds. The first satirical publications appear in France, Le Canard and Chain, criticizing censorship and the versions of the war given by the newspapers. The German press, like the French or the English, combats pacifism as a form of defeatism. The press tries to instill in public opinion the idea that they are about to win, as if advancing from victory to victory, until the final defeat. In this way, the 1914 to 1918 war creates the conditions in which states confiscate freedom of expression, freedom to inform, and impose censorship. For reasons of superior interest, the radio arrives. Since the 1920s, and before that too, the proclamation of the Bolshevik Revolution was made by means of the Aurora cruiser's radio, a means of communication achieved great reach and developed until it achieved supremacy at the end of the 1940s. This is the radio, considered a terribly effective weapon of propaganda and disinformation. At that time, the essentially totalitarian states, such as Italy and Germany, will make the radio an instrument of ideological struggle. Like the merciless war waged in 1933 and 1934 by Goebbels's Munich radio and Dollfuss's Vienna radio. Cinema is also extremely important. In Spain the Nodu is seen, cinematographic information is projected in the first part of the session, presenting the conflict, as happened with the conquest of Ethiopia-Abyssinia, or that of Bilia, by Italy, as a Manichaean conflict in where there are good guys and bad guys, and the population only has access to the official version of the confrontation. The radio has to convince public opinion. The main idea is that a war is not only won on the battlefield, but also when the heart of the population, which is the rearguard, is conquered. That is why media wars have become so important over time, firstly so that the combatants themselves know what they are fighting for and, secondly, so that public opinion supports this type of combat. The cinema of the 40s shares with the radio the objectives described. During that time we saw how the United States decided to intervene in the Second World Conflict, and how the Pentagon itself became a film producer, recruiting the best Hollywood directors to make a series of films called Why We Are Fighting, which are screened in all theaters in the country. These productions try to explain to the public why it is necessary to intervene, when initially the American public opinion was not interventionist. The main propaganda is directed at the public, so that he knows the fairness of the combat and the wickedness of the adversary. A government-public opinion relationship is created that is so strong that it is difficult to have an opinion that is contrary or hostile to the intervention. The big media create a national cohesion regarding the war, which must avoid any type of fracture, and, in particular, a generalized posture of support for the government. Elements of an emotional nature are handled, which appear at this time and induce to silence any expression of dissidence. This situation is confirmed in the war from 39 to 45, with the intervention of the U.S., widely supported by the media. Washington prohibits propaganda or expressions of solidarity towards Nazi Germany, Fascist Italy, or imperialist Japan. In other words, the idea that there is full solidarity is accepted. Within this framework, the American tradition allows criticizing the way the war unfolds. The press is going to strongly denounce, for example, General Patton for his violence and his way of conducting the offensives in the Ardennes and the invasion of Germany, which cost too many lives. In fact, it was usual in the US to allow reporters to accompany the first advance guards in the offensive. This is not feasible in France, where it is impossible to criticize any military at the time of the conflict. But yes, in the North American tradition. And in fact there are a number of examples that show how, for example, on the beaches of Normandy, reporters, among them Robert Capa, shot the only images that we can see of the June 1944 landing. This does not exist in European journalism, where reporters arrive after the battles are fought, as if journalists were elements to be protected, who at most can be taught certain things, but not others. As Admiral Antoine Sanguinetti says, wars are too violent for civilians to watch. TV arrives. The Korean War 950 to 195 is the first in which television has an important role. The conflict broke out in 1950, when television was already the dominant means of entertainment in the United States. Viewers see this war as a typical Cold War confrontation of clashing ideologies, communist/anti-communist and, in the US context, anti-yellow. There had already been a kind of anti-yellow against Japan, during the Second World War, which some analysts describe as true racism. Whether in movies, comics, or the mass media, the Korean War is portrayed in overly caricatured and sometimes outright racist ways. Fundamentally, it is a confrontation that the American press, radio, and television think must be won to prevent the spread of communism in the world. In 1949, the US allies had suffered a defeat in China with Mao Zedong's victory over Chiang Kai-shek, which meant the implantation of a communist regime in a country of 600 million people. In Korea, the common objective of the West, declared by the UN, since Australians, New Zealanders, and French participate in it, is to contain the communist expansion. The US is going to mobilize more than 500,000 men for this contest. The version of the conflict that the North American media broadcasts is unanimous, both the one presented by the newspapers and those of the cinema and television. Break in Vietnam. The next media inflection occurs in the Vietnam War 1962 to 1975. In World War II the enemy, the Nazi, had no defenders in the media of democratic countries. The war in Vietnam has other characteristics. Its long duration means that the United States cannot lose it, but neither can it win it, creating a situation of stagnation that leads to the breakdown of accession. The combatants themselves end up asking themselves, why are we fighting? The same thing happens as in the Korean War, but the atmosphere is no longer the same as during the Cold War. We are not in the era of McCarthyism, therefore, the media do not accept the slogans of mobilization and ideological indoctrination that the Washington government wants to impose. In fact, the press will report relatively freely on the decomposition of the U.S. military, lacking motivation. It is a difficult war waged against a relatively powerful, skilled, and invisible adversary. The media refuses to silence the abuses of the U.S. military, the mass executions of civilians, the use of chemical weapons, torture, the destruction of the environment with the use of chemical defoliants, etc. Until then, in no country in the world had the media denounced the behavior of its own soldiers during the development of a war. For the first time, the game of dominoes is extremely important in this government-army media-public opinion relationship. The U.S. press accuses its own soldiers of being barbarians, and this causes a great impact on civil society. Reporters continue to enjoy the traditional conditions that the U.S. Army grants to the press. Any accredited journalist automatically receives the rank of officer, thus being able to join any mission, however dangerous it may be. The reporters are witnesses and do not produce texts or sound stories that can be manipulated, but the cameras film reality. It has been said that it was the first televised war. It was indeed, but not directly. It is the first confrontation filmed for television, although not in real time, because it was necessary to send the films, shot in 16 mm, by plane to the United States, and they were broadcast 24 or 48 hours away from the events. There are famous photographs, such as the one of the girl running after receiving napalm. No one can think that this girl is the enemy that endangers the existence of the United States. In this sense, the press exerts a devastating influence on American society, because obviously no one wants to send their children to that war. In addition, the atmosphere within the army is one of demobilization, moral degradation, drug use, etc. And it is essential that these soldiers are not gentlemen. This causes a break between a U.S. government and public opinion, which does not support the war, seeing that it is being done for ideological reasons and not to save the population. This atmosphere makes the country gangrene, and when the conflict ends, with the defeat of the United States in 1975, the first in its history, the question arises as to why it has not been defeated. Probably, the defeat was due to strategic military reasons, since the only weapon that the North Americans did not use was nuclear. But essentially it was thought that the demotivation of public opinion also produced that of the general staff. The fact that citizens could witness step by step the evolution of the conflict, the trials of authentic war criminals in the United States itself, or the criticism of certain behaviors, provoked reflection and led to a change in the relationship. Media war public opinion, in which we find ourselves from then on. The Malvinas model. The first to learn the lesson of the Vietnam War are not the Americans but the British. The UK understands, before anyone else, what has changed for military strategy with the development of the media. Television discourse is now very convincing, and television penetrates every home. The viewer witnesses a military event, and this causes great disturbance in the way of conceiving the development of conflicts. It is essential to reflect on it. The first conflict that is going to be treated in another way will be the Malvinas Islands War in 1982. The lessons of the war in Vietnam lead the British General Staff to establish another strategy to relate to the mass media. The zone of the confrontation is ideal, since by definition it is isolated and constitutes a very distant scene. The first lesson is that in a conflict the good role, for the media, is that of the victim. One of the first objectives will therefore be to appear as a victim. Create a very aggressive, very negative, very threatening image of the adversary. The second lesson is that war is dangerous and that journalists are in danger if they go to the front lines. They must therefore be protected, preventing them from approaching the places where shots are exchanged. The British do not want to let the whole of the population witness the fighting, on the grounds that wars are too complicated for public opinion to know directly. In this way, London selects at its discretion a group of reporters under the pretext of the remoteness of the conflict. the media will insist on the fact that there is a very cruel military dictatorship in Argentina, and also that this dictatorship has militarily occupied the Malvinas. Under this system, English journalists can only cover that conflict under the protection of the British Army. When the English squadron arrives at the zone of confrontation, the ship that transports the journalists stays on the outskirts, far from the place of combat, and there they receive the information. Therefore, it arrives through the general staff, and the media will not have any possibility of directly accessing the place of conflict, even if they are in the Malvinas scenario. Battles are fought that show that the British are not invincible, that Argentine aviation is very efficient, that it uses modern weapons. The English media refer to the war as an easy conflict, a military walk. Except for the BBC, British Broadcasting Corporation, which is the only one that does not accept manipulation and threatens to request material from Argentine television itself to show another point of view. But in practice it is presented globally as an ideal war for public opinion. A war without gratuitous violence, without innocent victims, in which British behavior appears chivalrous, generous. This phenomenon of censorship is going to work, and the British will thus be able to propose to all the armies of the world a model of intelligent manipulation of the media. It is the model that will be applied from then on, in all the conflicts in which the great powers intervene. From now on, war can only be seen when those involved are small states. We enter a universe in which the idea that wars are transparent has been abandoned. Since Vietnam, in wars only the version of the conflict that should be given is filmed, the one that the Minister of War of the corresponding power wants to make known. Grenada, 1983. The next war involving a great power is the invasion of the Caribbean island of Grenada by the US in 1983. Everything lends itself to the application of the Falklands model. Journalists cannot accompany the troops during the landing, which takes place over 4 or 5 days, so there are no images of it. The Pentagon excuses itself by saying that it is a dangerous war for correspondents and that Cuban troops on the island are offering significant resistance. So when the reporters arrive, everything is busy and the war no longer presents unpleasant aspects. It will be the first time that the major U.S. television networks will sue the government for violating the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution on freedom of the press. Panama, 1989. The second conflict in which the Malvinas model is already being applied is the seizure of Panama in 1989, where the Americans are going to use a more sophisticated method. As in Grenada, in Panama there are no witnesses during the first hours of the attack, the most difficult period, and the new strategy used by the United States in this intervention is based on the fact that it is taking place at the same time as the fall of the Ceausescu regime in Romania, on December 20, 1989, with the entire world busy watching live on television Bucharest street fighting. The most important television channels break their programming, and even broadcast what is happening in Romania for 24 hours. While the whole world is entertained watching the events in Romania, the United States, using what is called a screen effect, intervenes in Panama and knows that, in reality, apart from the Latin American countries, in the rest of the world the media effect will be secondary. There are practically no images of what happened in Panama, and the US version shows President Noriega as a drug trafficker, the cause of all the events. Today we know that if the conflicts in Romania and Panama were to be measured by the number of victims, the results would be as follows: in Romania the dead did not reach 1,000, while in Panama there were more than 4,000. However, the media coverage of Romania was infinitely more important in number of hours of television. Once this model is put into practice, it will be applied more strictly in the Gulf War and is now the official guideline for all countries that belong to NATO. In September 1986, a report prepared by the Atlantic Alliance was published on how to behave with the media in the event of a conflict, following the exact model of the British strategy in the Malvinas. Governments don't care anymore that specialists come after the conflict to tell what really happened. What they are interested in preserving is that, at the moment in which the conflict develops, there is a sacred unity of criteria. The one that existed in the Korean War, as well as in the First and Second World Wars, give a single version and designate as a traitor anyone who appears as a dissident. In fact, many journalists did not realize that wars could no longer be filmed. That is why the 1990 to 1991 Gulf War caught them off guard. The age of suspicion, skepticism, distrust, disbelief. Such are the prevailing sentiments among citizens regarding the media, and very particularly television. Confusingly, it is perceived that something is wrong in the general functioning of the information. Especially since 1991, when the lies and mystifications of the Gulf War, Iraq, Fourth Army in the world, the oil slick of the century, an impregnable defensive line, surgical attacks, the effectiveness of the Patriots, the Baghdad bunker, etc. deeply shocked viewers, something that confirmed the great impression of discomfort that issues such as the false burial in Timisoara had already aroused, and has continued ad nauseam after each mega-event, from Somalia in 1992 to Diana's death in 1997. No one denies the indispensable role of mass communications in a democracy. Information is essential for the smooth running of society. There is no possible democracy without a good communications network and without the maximum amount of information. Thanks to information, man lives as a free man. Everyone is convinced of this. And yet, the media has entered an era of suspicion. This is not the first time this has happened. For decades, the 1960s and 1970s, television was especially criticized for being an instrument of power and wanting to manipulate minds for the electoral benefit of the dominant party. This first stage of mistrust, essentially political, ended in many countries, in France in 198 with the end of direct control exercised by governments over televised information, and the creation of regulatory bodies, High Authority, National Commission, or Superior Council, of the audiovisual sector. This is not the case in Spain, and that is something that continues to be scandalous. The second age of suspicion does not have the same character. It is based on the conviction that the information system is not reliable, that it has flaws, that it shows incompetence, and that it can, sometimes despite itself, present enormous lies as truth. Hence the concern of citizens. We are facing a turning point in the history of information. Within the media, since the Gulf War in 1991, television has taken power. Now she is the one who sets the tone, who determines the importance of the news, who sets the current issues. Until recently, the evening news was organized on the basis of the information that appeared on the same day in the written press, the same classification of information, the same architecture, the same order was found in it. Now it happens the other way around. It is television that dictates the norm, it is she that imposes its order and forces the other media, in particular the written press, to follow it. On the occasion of the Timisoara affair, in December 1989, those responsible for the newspapers publicly admitted that, impressed by the images seen on television, they had rewrote the text of their special envoy, which did not mention the body Pitt discovered. From that day starts a new stage in the evolution of information. A central medium, television, produces such a strong impact on the public's mood that the other media feel obliged to accompany this impact, maintain it, prolong it. If television has managed to impose itself in this way, it has not only been because it broadcasts a show, but because it has become a faster means of information than the others. Technologically suitable, since the end of the 1980s, through satellite transmission, to transmit images at the speed of light. Taking the lead in the media hierarchy, television imposes its own perversions on the other information media. In the first place, his fascination with the image. And this founding idea, only what is visible deserves information. What is not visible and does not have an image cannot be televised, therefore, it does not exist. The events that produce strong images, violence, catastrophes, suffering, take, in this context, the lead today. They impose themselves on the other themes even if their importance is by no means secondary. The emotional shock produced by images, especially those of pain and death, cannot be compared to that produced by other media, including photography. Just look at the current crisis of photo reportage, increasingly won over by the gossip press. Forced to follow it, the written press can recreate the emotion felt by viewers, in texts that hover over the same affective, sentimental register, addressing the heart and not reason. Consequence, crises, including the most serious ones, of which there are no images, are despised, even by the media considered serious. This basic law of modern information is not ignored by political powers, which try to use it to their advantage. Thus, when it comes to delicate and compromising issues, they jealously guard so that no image circulates. This is a selective form of censorship. The written accounts, the oral testimonies can strictly be disseminated. They will never produce the same effect. The weight of the words is not worth the same as the shock of the images. Well, as communication experts say, the image diverts or cancels the sound, and it is the eye that takes it to the ear. Some images are also today subject to rigorous surveillance. Or rather, some realities are strictly prohibited when it comes to their conversion into images. It is the most effective way to hide them. There is no image, there is no reality. As has been pointed out in other chapters, since the Vietnam War, the general staffs of the armies had already understood this. And no war afterward, not even those conducted by democratic states, has been the subject of transparency in terms of information. Cunning, lies, silences have become the norm, as was seen during the crises in the Malvinas in 1982, in Grenada in 1983, in Panama in 1989 and, finally, in the Gulf in 1991. It has not been only the army who has understood it this way. Most public or private organizations know this so well that they have endowed themselves en masse with press attaches and communication managers. Its function, to practice the modern, democratic version of censorship. That rests on two figures of the first order: retention, in its classic form of null information, and saturation, a contemporary form of the age of communication. The journalist literally sinks under an avalanche of data, dossiers, more or less interesting, that mobilize him, occupy him and, like a lure, distract him from the essential. In addition, this stimulates your laziness. You no longer have to search for information, it arrives by itself. Two logics face each other, that of the whole image wanted by television, and that of the zero image defended by the powers. The first leads to more and more frequent abuses, such as the elaboration of falsehoods, the discreet recourse to the archives. For example, the Breton cormorant presented as a Gulf gull victim of the oil slick, the reconstruction of scenes with the help of actors or synthetic images, the call to video amateurs who have filmed live unimportant events, etc. The other logic has a name, it's called censorship. But not only because in a rule of law the status of the image is regulated. Nothing or anyone is filmed. It is necessary to have authorization to enter with the cameras in hospitals, in prisons, in barracks, in police stations, in asylums. This can be understood, it has to do with respect for the person. The military have wanted to extend this reasoning to any combat zone. But war, any war, is a consequence of the political and directly affects citizens who have the duty to be informed and the right to be informed. Did the journalists in the Gulf War do the right thing by accepting the logic of the military, that of the pools? It was, inevitably, to become accomplices in his lies. Such a confrontation of contradictory logics occurs at a time when television, which has undergone a great technological leap, can present, live and instantaneously, images from anywhere on the planet. You can already follow an event, international events or crises, in its entirety. It can also, thanks to satellite transmissions and multiple connections, transform an event into a central issue on the planet, making the main leaders of the world react, the most outstanding personalities, forcing the other media to follow it, to amplify the importance of the event, to confirm its seriousness and to make the resolution of the problem an absolute urgency. Who can escape this planetary tom-tom? Tiananmen, Berlin, Romania, the Gulf, Somalia, Rwanda, Diana, etc., shake the course of current affairs with such force that all other information is blurred, dimmed, dissipated. To the point that other important facts can be hidden behind the umbrella of the media and escape the attention of the world. The powers that be have also understood this and take advantage of the distraction of the planetary village, occupied in passionately following a great drama of information, to carry out any action that can be criticized. Thus, the United States took advantage of the emotion aroused by the Romanian Revolution in December 1989 to invade Panama on the same dates. Moscow will use the Gulf War to try to fix its Baltic problems and to get Erich Honecker out of Germany. The Israeli government will exploit the spectacular Iraqi Scud attacks in 1991 to repress, even more severely, the Palestinian civilian populations of the West Bank and Gaza. Clinton will try to divert the attention of the media from his personal affairs, Lewinsky affair, in January 1998, artificially relaunching military tensions in the Gulf region, etc. Despite these dangers, televised information abandons itself to the intoxication of direct, it seems possessed by a fury to connect, to multiply, to link. The Gulf War raised this new fever to paroxysm. Television literally exhibited its modern technological capabilities, its mastery, not always perfect, of multiple connections: Washington, Amman, Jerusalem, Tehran, Baghdad, Cairo. They followed each other vertiginously on the screen, in a kind of auto-zapping, deafening, enervating, fascinating. Later, all the networks have imitated CNN, and the smallest national event, princely marriage, or international event, the Pope's trip to Cuba, for example, in January 1998, gives rise to a hysteria of links, a madness of connections with dozens of special envoys. There is, on the other hand, the main function, in this ability to reach the end of the world. Well, for the rest, this televisiophone sounds hollow. Furthermore, by multiplying connections, it forces correspondents to stay close to mobile antennas, preventing them from going in search of sources and information. On the other hand, the permanent request from the central studios forces reporters to link themselves with other media, thus filling, in a loop, the informational system with various rumors, unimportant statements, and unverified facts. The important thing, the essential thing, is that the system works. Let the machine communicate. And not that report. Such is the principle on which the CNN network, converted since 1991 into the model to imitate, is organized. The consequence of this new situation, of this fascination with direct, real-time, is the change in the model of television news representation. This show, structured as a fiction, has worked, and still works, on a Hollywood-type dramaturgy. It is a dramatic story in which, in a mixture of genres, theatrical blows and changes of tone, around three central registers, love, death, humor, follow one another and rest on the main attraction of a star, it is, say, the sole presenter, Walter Cronkite yesterday, Dan Rather today. In the cinema, what is attractive is not the story of the Lady of the Camellias or Madame Bovary that everyone knows, but how Greta Garbo or Isabel Huppert reincarnate those characters. In the same way, on the news, the main information is not what has happened, but how the presenter tells us about it. This model is currently being replaced by another, that of sports journalism. The important thing is the images of the event about which, as in a game, there is not much to say. Commentary is minimal and the role of the presenter diminishes. The journalist lends himself to adding a minimum of information because it is the strength of the image that matters. In the same way that you can follow a game by turning off the sound, you can practically follow the events by turning off the comments. At the time of the fall of the Berlin Wall, the news presenters who had moved said, looking at the camera, while behind them ran the people of the East towards opulent Berlin, "Look, you are seeing how it is done, the story before your eyes." Television believes it can now show history in the making, and that everyone is old enough to understand it. As if it were enough to see an event to understand it. For this reason, a conception of information is opening up in which the work of the journalist is increasingly valued less. Thus, from the moment an event breaks out anywhere, the media, especially radio and television, have adopted the habit of establishing contact with someone who is there. It is enough that they speak the language of the country in question. Who says what he knows? Even if it's little, even if it's false, even if it's just a rumor. The important thing is the connection and its effect of reality. The one who speaks is in the place of the facts, and this is a guarantee of authenticity. It is a true testimony, and that is enough. Residue, ruin, of the fascination for investigative journalism, a witness becomes, in the ideology of the direct, an absolute value. To the point of trying to transform the journalist into a simple witness, a word that comes from the Greek and means martyr. The journalist is sent to places that he does not know, of which he does not know the socio-political context, nor the history, and as soon as his network has landed, he already contacts him, asks him, hotly, his first impressions. You need to go fast, very fast. Slow news, no news, such is the slogan of CNN. All that makes it alive, everything communicates. It is the essential. Faced with these changes, the viewer is left bewildered, disoriented. Hence your discomfort. Disoriented because what also changes, without the chains themselves realizing it, is the instance that grants credibility. Why do you believe in an audiovisual information discourse? In the history of audiovisual information there have been two modes of credibility, and today we are on the threshold of the third. First there were the current affairs spaces before the cinematographic projections. Every week, the movie theaters presented an approach to national and world news in images and sound. A discourse was believed because of the commentary in voiceover, which fixed the meaning of the images. Chris Marker in Carta de Siberia definitively demonstrated the semantic importance of the commentary on the images, and made that meaning acceptable, evident. The comment was made by a anonymous, unidentified voice, not appearing in the credits. It was the voice of an abstraction, of an allegory, that of information. This clearly theological voice spoke to the spectators in the darkness and silence of the room. And he believed it? The Hollywood model newscast, the one that inspired Walter Cronkite on CBS in the US in the early 1970s, was believed for strictly opposite reasons. The voice that spoke had a face and a name. It was perfectly identified. It was that of the presenter who spoke to the viewers, thanks to the prompter, looking them in the eye. He spoke to them every night. He was received at home. A relationship of trust and knowledge was established with him. And an acquaintance, who speaks to you looking into your eyes, cannot lie. Due to this fact, the credibility of the information was greater on television than on other media. In the new formats, the figure of the presenter is blurred. Information live and in real time cannot rest on a single presenter, it blurs it. On the other hand, the passages through the central studio are fleeting. It functions above all as a selection center, as a crossroads, but what is important is the network of correspondence, the multiplication of connections, in short, the permanent blinking of a system, which now occupies the central space. It is a set of electronic stimulation that is shown, that works, that communicates. And, for the moment, viewers still lack signs to establish a relationship of trust with such machinery, which is essential for credibility. It will come, perhaps, when familiarity with and confidence in microcomputers, the internet, and other intelligent machines have convinced the informational machine to be believed. But nothing resembles, for the moment, in the abstract voice of information the smiling presence of a presenter. In front of the citizen it connects, it multiplies, it circulates through the network, in short, it communicates, but the citizen feels confusedly that this excludes him. Television, we must know, is not a machine to produce information but to reproduce events. The objective is not to make us understand a situation, but to make us attend an event. To the evils of politics, plagued by corruption and the weakness of ideologies, have been added, for some time now, distrust and revulsion towards journalists and the media. The Gulf War, Somalia, Rwanda, Diana, and so many other tele-events, reported by the press and the radio, have ended up disconcerting citizens. In addition, this disappointment comes at a time when journalism, as a fourth power, was presented as a possible resource against the abuses of the other three, the guarantee, for citizens, of democratic control. Adorned with the most misleading adjectives, independent, upright, honest, and rigorous, the journalist emerged from the general decomposition and appeared as a true champion of truth, as the faithful ally of the helpless citizen. The Watergate affair in the 70s, and the role played by some journalists, confirmed that even the most powerful man on the planet, the President of the United States, could not resist the force of truth when it was defended by reporters without blemish, incorruptible. Richard Nixon, sunk by the Washington Post revelations, had to resign in 1979. In the course of the following years the journalist was, indeed, presented as the positive hero of the fictions of democratic realism, just as the model worker, the man of the marble, was previously the positive hero of the fictions of democratic realism. Socialists. How many films, docudramas, broadcasts have been devoted to his glory, his deed, or his martyrdom? Throughout the 80s, while ideologies sank, it was said, and most renowned intellectuals disappeared, the figure of the brave journalist rose. Some of them, in France and elsewhere, became new maîtres à penser. Consulted as oracles by the big media, listened to by politicians, followed by citizens, some of these predictors even managed to appear in the eyes of the majority, further proof of the defeat of thought, with the status of true thinkers of our time. Today they fall from the pedestal. And they must face the sarcasm and distrust of the citizens. Many of them also share this distrust. 84% of journalists estimate that they were manipulated during the Gulf War. Undoubtedly, the current bad image is, in part, as undeserved as the previous mythologization was. The public feels that their better or worse participation in civic life, and therefore the quality of democracy, depends on having quality information. But the citizen has allowed himself to be cradled by the flattery of television that promised to inform him while entertaining him, to present him with a show full of up-to-date close-ups, exciting as an adventure movie. This is obviously a contradiction. Faced with information that today follows the logic of suspense and spectacle to the paroxysm, citizens begin to understand the risks that their abandonment and fascination make them run. Discover that information costs. And that is the price of democracy. New media empires. Rupert Murdoch, media tycoon from Australia, where he owns 100 newspapers and several radio and television networks. Rupert Murdoch became famous in the mid-1980s by breaking up the graphic arts workers' unions, closely linked to the Labour Party, with the support sign of the Thatcher government. It currently controls a third of the circulation of British newspapers, particularly with The Sun, the prestigious The Times and their respective Sundays, The News of the World and the Sunday Times. But all this represents only a very small part of the News Corp empire, $0,000 million in turnover, and that in the United Kingdom also controls British Sky Broadcasting, Sky B, a satellite and cable pay television network, which has 6 million subscribers, one of the most profitable companies on the London Stock Exchange, without any local competitor, and which also has control of the first digital satellite television offer in Great Britain. News Corporation, of which Rupert Murdoch owns 30% of the shares, is the typical example of the great contemporary multimedia group. In the United States, HarperCollins controls the edition's $50 million of benefits in 199, the New York Post newspaper, various magazines, including TV Guide, the production company 20th Century Fox, which produces, among others, the television series The X-Files, the Fox Network television network, a popular cable television network, FX, an uninterrupted chain of information, the Fox News Channel, which rivals the Time Warner Group CNN, MSNBC, created by Microsoft, and General Electric's NBC network, a marketing and promotion company, Heritage Media, as well as a score of web servers on the Internet. In the field of digital technology, Rupert Murdoch has just invested $1 billion to offer, in partnership with EchoStar and the MCI Telephone Company, a set of more than 200 channels to American television viewers. In association with the Japanese companies Sony and SoftBank, Murdoch has also entered into the Japan Sky Broadcasting, JSkyB, satellite television project and intends to broadcast 150 channels to the Japanese public in the spring of 1998. His group already owns a satellite television network. Satellite television, Star TV, which broadcasts dozens of programs to Japan, China, India, Southeast Asia, and East Africa. This profusion of borderless alliances, mergers, and concentrations, of which Rupert Murdoch is an exemplary architect, characterizes the current media universe. The Global Information Society. In times of the globalization of the economy, of global culture, world culture, and of the single civilization, what some call the Global Information Society, Global Information Society. This is developing as the expansion of information and communication technologies accelerates, showing a tendency to invade all fields of human activity and to stimulate the growth of the main economic sectors. Like an immense spider's web on a planetary scale, a global information infrastructure, is spreading, especially taking advantage of the progress in digitalization and favoring the possibility of interconnection of all services linked to information and communication. In a special way, it stimulates the interweaving of the three technological sectors, computing, telephony and television, that converge and merge into multimedia and the Internet. In the world there are 1,260 million television sets, of which more than 200 million are connected to cable and around 60 million subscribers to a digital offer, 690 million telephone subscribers, of which around 80 million are mobile phones or cell phones, about 200 million personal computers, of which about 100 million are connected to the Internet. It is estimated that, in the year 2000 or 2001, the power of the Internet network will exceed that of the telephone, that the number of network users will vary between 600 and 1,000 million and that the system will have more than 100,000 commercial servers. The turnover of the global communication industries, in a broad sense, could rise to $2 billion in 5 years, that is, the equivalent of approximately 10% of the world economy. The industrial giants of computing, telephony and television know that the businesses of the future are to be found in these new seams that digital technology opens up before their fascinated and greedy eyes. However, they are not unaware that from now on their territory will no longer be delimited, much less protected, and that the behemoths of the nearby sectors hover over it with butchery instincts. The war in the field of communication is waged relentlessly and without quarter. Those who are dedicated to telephony want to do television, and vice versa. All the networks, especially those that sell energy and communications flows and that have a network over the territory, electricity, telephony, water, gas, railways, highway companies, etc., aspire to control a part of the new El Dorado, the multimedia. From one end of the planet to the other, the combatants are the same, the giant companies that have become the new masters of the world, AT&T, which dominates telephony on a planetary scale, the duo MCI, the second US telephone network, BT, former British Telecom, Sprint, third largest North American long-distance operator, cable and wireless, mainly controlled by Hong Kong Telecom, Bell Atlantic, 9X, US West, TCI, the largest cable television distributor, NTT, largest Japanese group. Telephone company, Disney, which has absorbed the ABC television network, Time Warner, which owns CNN, the News Corp, IBM, and Microsoft, which dominates the computer software market, Netscape, Intel, etc. Mergers and concentrations in Europe. All these battles confront groups on the European continent whose intersecting interests and reciprocal percentages of participation are multiple: News Corp, Pearson, The Financial Times, Penguin Books, BBC Prime, Bertelsmann, leading German communications group, Leokirch, CLT, RTL, Deutsche Telekom, STED, leading Italian telephone group, Telefonica, Prisa, leading Spanish communications group, France Telecom, Bouygues, Lyonnaise d'Eaux, General d'Eaux, which already dominates Canal Plus and Havas in France, etc. Takeovers and mergers multiply. In 1993 alone, a total of 895 media company mergers would have taken place in Europe. In this new mutation of capitalism, the dominant logic is not alliance but absorption, so that benefits can be extracted from the knowledge and competence of the best placed in a market that fluctuates to the rhythm of unpredictable technological accelerations or surprising enthusiasm for part of consumers. See the Internet boom. The central nucleus of the new situation is the flow of data that is constantly growing: conversations, information, financial transactions, images, signs of all kinds, etc. This affects, on the one hand, the media that they produce, publishers, press agencies, newspapers, cinema, radio, television, web pages, etc., and, on the other hand, the universe of telecommunications and the computers that transport them, treat them and elaborate. The goal pursued by each of the communication titans is to become the citizen's sole interlocutor. They want to be able to supply you with news, entertainment, culture, professional services, financial and economic information at the same time, and place you on a plane of potential interconnection through all available means of communication: telephone, fax, video cable, screen TV, internet network. Along these lines, the Iridium Consortium, which brings together the companies STED, Sprint, Lockheed, McDonnell Douglas, and Verbacom, around Motorola, plans to launch 66 telecommunications satellites in low orbit 78 kilometers above the Earth, at the end of 1999 to envelop the planet into a virtual mesh that allows the creation of a cell phone network that covers all 5 continents in a homogeneous way. Another 10 projects of satellite constellations foresee the launch of about 1,000 satellites in the next 5 years. This has put the manufacturers and dealers of satellite launch systems in a state of unstoppable euphoria, among which are the Europeans from Ariane, involved in the planetary battle for control of communication. The free flow of information. For all these infrastructures to be useful, communications must first be able to circulate unhindered across the planet, like the wind over the surface of the oceans. For this reason, and in the current of the globalization of the economy, the United States, first producer of new technologies and headquarters of the main companies, has put all its influence in the battle of deregulation, to open the borders of a number of countries more and more to the free flow of information, that is, to the North American behemoths of the communication and entertainment industries. 4 international conferences: Geneva, 1992, Buenos Aires, 1994, Brussels, 1995, and Johannesburg, 1996, allowed President William Clinton, and especially his Vice President, Albert Gore, to popularize among the main political leaders of the world his theses on the global information society. On the other hand, during the closing debates of the Uruguay round of the GATT in 1994, Washington gave way to the idea that communication should be considered as a simple service and, in this sense, be governed by the general laws of trade. Basic telecommunications represent a market of $552 billion, constitute one of the most profitable fields of world trade, and its growth is estimated between 8 and 12% per year. In 1985, the time spent on a global scale by telecommunications users, to talk, use the fax or transmit data, was 15 billion minutes. In 1995 it reached 60 billion minutes, and in 2000 it will exceed 95 billion minutes. Better than any argument, these figures explain the formidable advantages that the liberalization of communications entails. In November 1996, the United States finally achieved in Manila, during the 4th summit of APEC, Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, the opening of the markets of the countries of this region to information technologies with the horizon of the year 2000. Along these same lines, in December 1997, the ministerial meeting of the World Trade Organization, WTO, recommended in Singapore a complete liberalization of all telecommunications services without any general restrictions. And in March 1997, under the jurisdiction of the WTO, 68 countries signed an agreement on telecommunications in Geneva, which opened the national markets of dozens of states to the large American, European and Japanese operators. For its part, the European Union has decided, as of February 1, 1998, the complete liberalization of the telephony markets, without distinction between the various supports, cable, radio, or satellite. From this perspective and in anticipation of fierce competition within each national market, monopolies have been gradually dismantled and public operators privatized. British Telecom, converted into BT, and Telefonica in Spain, have already been privatized. For its part, France Telecom placed a first tranche of its capital on the market in the fall of 1997, reinforcing its partnership with the German public operator Deutsche Telekom, which will also be privatized before the year 2000. On the other hand, the two operators are allied to the American Sprint, of which each one owns 10% of its capital, and they could initiate an approximation to the British Cable and Wireless, which faces the acquisition of 80% of Sprint. Fierce competition. In this way, at a time when national monopolies are collapsing, the race for survival in a global market accelerates and acquires critical tones, as is the case with the search for diversification in all communication sectors. And all this in an atmosphere of fierce competition, in which everything is allowed. Every time I argue with the greats of telephony, declared Luis Galois, president of the National Railway Company, SNCF, I have the impression that enter a cage of wild beasts. Between 1996 and 1997 it was possible to verify in this sense how the arrival of competing offers of digital television provoked violent confrontations in all fields of communication. In Spain, it led to a brutal and direct confrontation between the conservative government of José María Aznar, which in order to stay in power is trying to set up an influential multimedia group to support it, and the main communication group, Prisa, El País, a radio station SER and Canal Plus Spain. In France, a total war especially opposes the partners of television by satellite, TPS, with those of Canal Satellite. Among the latter, the most. A spectacular event took place on February 6, 1997, with the seizure of power by the General de Os, de Havas, and Canal Plus, with the declared objective of bringing together within a single communication group all the necessary competences for its development, especially in its international aspect, and to create an integrated communication group with a global dimension. On the other hand, the General consolidated its second place in French telephony, becoming, on February 12, 1997, a member of the SNCF, from which it has achieved partial control of its network of 26,000 kilometers of telephone lines through its subsidiary Segatel, an ally of British Telecom, 8,600 of which are fiber optic. Convergence of telecommunications and multimedia. Why did the president of the General de Os, Jean-Marie Messy, suddenly change his mind when, until very recently, no approach to Havas had been considered? I had underestimated, he replied, the speed of convergence between the telecommunications and communication industries. Soon there will be a single entry point for image, voice, multimedia and internet access in every home. This evolution is already underway. In a period of between 12 and 18 years, it will be a commercial reality. This acceleration led me to conclude that to maintain profitability you have to be able to control the entire chain, content, production, distribution, and connection with the subscriber. Dominate the entire chain. This is the ambition of the new giants of the information industries. To reach this goal they continue to multiply mergers, acquisitions, and concentrations. For them, communication is, above all, a commodity that must be produced in large quantities, with quantity prevailing over quality. The world has produced more information in 30 years than in the course of preceding 5,000 years. A single copy of the Sunday edition of the New York Times contains more information than a 17th century person could acquire in a lifetime. To give an example, every day, around 20 million words of technical information are printed on various media, magazines, books, reports, diskettes, CD-ROM. A reader capable of reading 1,000 words per minute, 8 hours each day, would spend a month and a half reading the production of a single day, and at the end of that time would have accumulated a delay of 5.5 years of reading. The humanist project of reading everything and knowing everything has become illusory and vain. A new Pico della looking at her would die suffocated under the weight of the available information. Information, long difficult and expensive, has become prolific and teeming. Along with water and air, it is undoubtedly the most abundant element on the planet. Increasingly less expensive, to the extent that its flow increases, but as it happens with air and water, increasingly polluted. The disappointment towards the media. This is a qualitative change of capital importance. Citizens' disappointment with the media is increasing, as all recent surveys prove. In the United States, 55% of citizens estimate that the written media publish information often inaccurate, also distancing themselves from the television news, which is now only followed regularly by 42% of North Americans, compared to 60% 100 in 199. In Europe, although 87.9 per 100 of the population is informed mainly through television news, distrust is still widespread. The central reproach is that of spectacularization, the search for sensationalism at all costs, which can lead to aberrations, such as those already mentioned in Timisoara or the Gulf War, and ridiculous situations. In France, the most famous example was the report proposed by Jean Bertolino in the magazine 52 sur la Une, in which Denis Vicente had extras filmed in a quarry in Meudon, thus pretending to present night owls who frequented the catacombs of Paris. The same type of controversy occurred in January 1992, with the report in which Regis Faucon and Patrick Poivre d'Arvor simulated an interview with Fidel Castro, recording extracts from a press conference in which the Cuban leader answered other questions and other journalists. A more recent example, which occurred in Germany, ended with the 4-year prison sentence of a journalist, Michael Born, 38 years old, found guilty of having totally or partially falsified 32 reports. This forger, knowing that the television networks demand sensational images, filmed, with the help of actors and accomplices, short documentaries about an alleged German section of the Ku Klux Klan, about cocaine trafficking, about neo-Nazi letter bomb authors, about the work of exploited children in the Third World, about organizers for the passage of clandestine Arab immigrants. Bought by unscrupulous networks, in particular by Stern TV, a television subsidiary of the weekly Stern that previously published the intimate pseudo-diaries of Hitler. The false, often hateful reports were seen by more than 4 million viewers and generated substantial advertising revenue. Advertisers and advertisers thus exert an undeniable and perverse influence on the content of the information itself. As was confirmed in 1995, in the United States, when the producers of the broadcast of information considered the most serious 60 Minutes, of the CBS network, made documentaries to denounce the tobacco companies, demonstrating that they deceived about the nicotine content inscribed on cigarette packages, thus favoring the greater addiction of smokers. CBS censored the broadcast. As it turned out in the end, he did it for 2 reasons. Firstly, to avoid getting involved in a process that would have lowered his shares on the stock exchange, on the eve of his merger with the Westinghouse Group, then, because one of its subsidiaries, Lowe's Corporation, owns a company, Lorillard, also a producer of cigarettes. In both cases, the interests of capital and companies were placed above the interest that the health of the public could deserve. 3 months earlier, the ABC network experienced a similar setback. Having accused Philip Morris on day one of manipulating nicotine levels, the station was threatened by the tobacco manufacturer with $15 billion in damages and interest. ABC was also in the process of being absorbed by Disney, and the process would have entailed a significant drop in its stock market value. The chain then opted for a public rectification that, even lacking the truth, saved the image of the manufacturer from any suspicion. When takeovers, and mergers between large communication groups multiply, in an atmosphere of fierce competition, how can we be sure that the information provided by a medium will not be aimed at defending, directly or indirectly, the interests of your group, before those of the citizen? In a world increasingly driven by colossal companies that obey only the commercial logic established by the World Trade Organization, WTO, and in which governments seem somewhat overwhelmed by the mutations underway, can one be sure that democracy will be preserved, projected? In such a context of a fierce media war, in which giants weighing billions of dollars are being waged, how can an independent press survive? Finish. The Tyranny of Communication. Ignacio Ramonet.